William Day, Santomino Lobore, Ali Batala, Ferdinando Goya, many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor Clement Boro, Emmanuel Abur, Agri Jardin, Philip Labush, many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor John Garrett, Francis Nord, William Nyon, Carabino Kwanyi, many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor Yusuf Kuwait, Pio Yukwan, Samuel Gaitu, Abdallah Shura, many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor Agerboom, Martin Manuel, Joseph Oduro, Etikap Nyashelu, many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many friends, we lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes, we lost all of the way of freedom. Together, Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Yayuma, Masa Moya Nataki Asa, Nakirma Hatana Wasuka. Yayaba, Mata Shilhumum Kirione, Nakirma Hatana Wasuka. Together, Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Dalu Nabli Bele together. Yakwana, Kalila Man Lesitu, Kalili Nama Wasulki Nambara. Yakwana, Kalila Man Lesitu, Kalili Nama Wasulki Nambara.
مرحبا بكم جميعا مشاهدين لمنبر صوت الشعب لايف في فيسبوك وكذلك المشاهدين في يوتيوب مستمعين South Sudan Political Club. Good evening, and it's nice to see you again with my brother here, Comrade Amigo, General Jeremiah, Sasa Bani, Sasa Demonica. خلينا نسلم على اوديان بتاعنا تحت حسنية سلامات باشمهندس ناتالي أستاذ تيبو كلمن Malika Bushai, Dr. Thomas. It's good to see you, Brother Jonkor Mayol. Nice to see you, my brother. Welcome to the room. Joseph, Molana Carlo, Matthew, Ima Goya, Aboja, والناس الموجودين تحت مرحبا بكم. Good evening to you again. مفروض ان هنا الحلقه ده زي ما اتفقنا المره اللي فاتت مفروض supposed to be tomorrow ولكن الحلقه بتاعتنا انتهت بدري الليله and that why لان هنا قبل كاداره قررنا قلنا we have to go forward مع الحلقه ده الليله بتاعت contribution بتاعت Central Equatoria في الستراجل وبكره يوم الاحد بكره الساعه 6 بعد شو بتاعت ريزا هنا هنيجي نتكلم عن contribution بتاعت Red Army in the struggle. So بكون باقي لنا قدامنا اننا بكون خلصنا من Central Equatoria 10 state بكون باقي لنا 9 state from 10 state and contribution بتاع Red Army tomorrow we'll do it at the same time الساعة 6 دي ذاتها بكرة إن شاء الله. ولأنه الجدول بتاعي هتبقى مليان لقدام مع المدرسة في أيامات الجاي فلذلك we want to use the time بتاعنا الليلة. And also I think next Saturday بكون عندنا the same الحلقة بتاعت قبل مع دكتور كون يوم السبت. So we are going to schedule another room also at the same time. يوم السبت هيكون لنا room تانية ويوم الأحد also we'll be having another room عشان هنا نقدر نمشي كويس. الايديا بتاعتنا زي ما قلنا المره اللي فاتت قبل ما ندي منصه لاميغو للتعليق ولديمونيكا ولاباني جنرال جلماي هنا هنجيو لانه هو هيبتدي النقاش. اننا متوقعين برضو انضم لنا برضو الرفاق من ابناء بتاعت سنترال اكواتوريا و the other state also في contribution. the main idea زي ما قلنا المره اللي فاتت زي جنرال جرمايا هو يعني ملم بكثير من الاحداث وكثير من الاسماء وكل الكونتريبيوشن بتاع ابناء جنوب السودان. برضو جنرال كومر تنجان برضو هيجي ينضم لنا كذلك ناس مايك وبعض الرفاق من الناس الموجودين اونلاين اللي كانوا بس الجزء they were actually part of their struggle to contribute. the main idea زي ما قلت المره اللي فاتت انه دايرين ان احنا to shape جنوب السودان انه ان احنا الستراجل بتاع جنوب السودان all of us كل القبائل الموجوده في جنوب السودان we contributed and that while we agree انه الحلقات بتاعتنا ده هيمشي بستيت طالما we are sharing the ideas and we actually في ناس كانوا في غابه هم كانوا جزء من الستراجل زي جنرال مايك ومعظم وقت بتاعه كان في مناطق بتاعت around جوبا and the rest of the areas وزي ما عنينا المره اللي فاتت شفناه ملم بكميه من المعلومات وكميه من الاحداث. ده دايرين نوصل رساله للجنوبين انه كلنا في جنوب السودان we contributed in the struggle and then we will show that through the discussion الناس تجي to contribute انه all of us we contributed. حتى لو we did not الناس دي we did not mention the name بتاع كل الناس اللي مشوا من any state but we need to make sure من الناس اللي كانوا في struggle اللي كانوا في SPLM انه all of us people of South Sudan we contributed in the struggle. So انا بجيب هنا انا ادي فرصه لاميغو to say something بعد ذاك بنمشي لاباني وديمونيكا بعد ذاك هنا هنيجي نقدم جنرال جرمايا he will start speaking and then later he will be joined by Nas Tongyang and the rest لو في اي زول موجود في الروم انت كنت ريد ارمي او انت كنت اس بي ال اوفيسر بليز الروم بيكون مفتوح ارفع يدك وتعالينا فوق لانه we are going today to talk about the contribution of Central Equatoria في struggle. يعني هنا المره اللي فاتت بدينا كان الايديا the main idea انه نبدا بكل القبائل لكن the last room اللي اتكلم فوقه الكونتريبيوشن بتاعت شلو we agree انه الحلقات دي هتاخد زمن طويل ولذلك we need to reduce it نعملها ل 10 state عشان also to show the sense of belonging and sense of nationalism. So amigo, you can take it over, my brother.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Edward. And also, let me welcome General Jeremiah, my sister Bani, Sister Dominica, and all the audience here in the clubhouse, and also the viewers in the Facebook and the YouTube. This is going to be a sessions. It's going to be a sessions, and also it is going to be like a history lesson to all of us, because as we all know, the struggle of our country was a collective of all Southern Sudanese who involved in this. With all the tribes, they were there fighting to get our independence or our freedom. And also, this kind of rooms is going to shed some lights about there is some matters who they died in this war, that war, and we didn't even know about them. And this is where we are going to know some people that we never heard about them before. And it's going to be like the history. They registered their name in the history, but nobody knows anything about them. And this kind of rooms, we thank you, Jeremiah, and the rest who are coming to enlighten us with all these informations about the contribution of the Central Equatorian at the movement. And like my brother Edward has said, every week we will move to one state to another till we finish the whole 10 states. And this is going to be a very interesting room tonight. And also, again, let me welcome the viewers. And the people in the clubhouse. Sister Bani, you can take it from here. And let's go to Dominica.
Shukran, Brother Amigo, and I want to thank Brother Edward for bringing such topics to refresh our brains, or our memories about the past. Before I go there, I want to welcome and greet General Jeremiah and my sister Dominica, and all the audience and those who are listening on the Facebook and in the YouTube. So it is very great, to recall our memories, as I just said, about what happened during the liberation struggle. We all fought in one way or another to bring this country that we call South Sudan today to the existence. We contributed, whether you were carrying a gun or you are just at home cooking for the soldiers, or you were actually an army that were involved in the shooting. There were those who were like before some of the SPLM soldiers SPLA soldiers will come to a village, and abduct a group of people just to carry their food, to carry their weapons, to carry all their needs. And when you reach a certain area, we can drop them there and they will allow you to return back to your place unless you decide to go with them. This is how the SPLA used to be, and this is what the type of SPLA we used to know too, that they used to respect the civilians. They respect their choices, whether to join or not to join. They respect them as human beings, respect their dignity too. Unless you commit a crime, then there will be charges for you. So we were one until 2013. This is where we were divided according on the basis of tribal line. So now, with these such topics, we want to go back to the sense of belonging that we are all South Sudanese. We were in the same boat. We were eating. We ate all types of food together. We stood together in thin and thick, in sickness and in happiness. We were one. So it is our leaders who divided us that we reached this stage. And as we see now, the government is leaving on the extension, and there is no way of the return. Either we want to follow them and keep on dividing ourselves, or we take a turn and look at ourselves. Who are we? What type of country we want? So we don't want the idea of just so and so are the one who liberated us, or you liberated us, or Cholo liberated us, or Dinka liberated us, or Nuer liberated us, or Latuko liberated us. It was all the 64 tribes of South Sudan who fought for this country that we call South Sudan today. So this type of lectures, this type of history, it will recall, it will bring our memory back to remember, and we appreciate them. We appreciate each and every hero that sacrificed their life for our country. We want to appreciate our veterans that are still living today, like our brother Jeremiah and so many, those of Tongjang, and many of them in the clubhouse here and back home in South Sudan who are still living. And our leaders, although they missed the way, we still appreciate them. And we want them to take a U-turn and look at the people that they call, that they fought for, to change the direction and build an institution in our country. So I want to thank you. I want to thank each and everyone that contributed in this liberation struggle, especially our veterans. If you were in the Western world, you would have been like a real hero. You would have like free money. The taxpayer money will come to you. You would have all the services that you need until, for the rest of your life. But unfortunately, our country is turned upside down. We thank you and we appreciate you once again. So I will stop here. Let me give this stage to my sister, Dominica. Further, Dominica.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Bani. And I thank all the moderators and veteran General Jeremiah. Like what Edward and Amigo said, the aim of this session is to acknowledge the contributions of all the tribes towards the liberation struggle. And in the process, we will also acknowledge the contribution of the Red Army, who joined the liberation struggle at a very young age, as well as Katiba Banat. So I think there will be also sessions for Red Army and Katiba Banat. We truly need to document all this as future reference, and also to learn from mistakes made in the process of struggle. Because as we all know, the struggle was not smooth. There were a lot of mistakes made during the struggle, and at this time, we have to learn, what went wrong and try to correct it. Because we all know that we are not at peace yet. Our country is not at peace. We are facing a lot of challenges. So with this, I will give the mic back to Amigo for him to welcome our veteran General Jeremiah. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sister Dominica, Sister Bani, and all the audience here. Before I welcome General Jeremiah, I will give it back to Brother Edward, And if you have anything to say before.
Go ahead.
No, you good? Okay. So thank you. General Jeremiah, you can take the mic. It's open.
Okay. Thank you very much, Miko. I thank Edward, you are Miko, Abani, Dominica, Daudian, and those covered who will be contributing to this historical making today. I am glad to be here again. It is a mission. We have to do it. It is a must because, as I said last time, liberation has been completed. Okay, yes, and mistake has been done, and then it is my view and view of everybody that to fix South Sudan, we have to fix the history of the liberation first. To know exactly those who contributed, whether on tribal basis or regional basis in South Sudan. We have already have no business with SPLM now, whether from Western Sudan before or Eastern Sudan or Central Sudan. We are now trying to tackle the history of the liberations as Southern Sudanese, and this is where we are now. We realize we made a mistake, and through South Sudan political club, this is a movement. This is revelation itself. What we are doing now, fixing history is the liberations, and we heard many times, which has been summarized by Bob Marley. If you don't know your history, you may not know where you came from. So history or liberation had to be understood by the people of South Sudan so that we can speak the language of the history, not the language against the history or the way history had been motivated by the people. Yes. Let me, because some people may say, how come I know the history of the SPLA in such a way? Yeah, as I said, I joined SPLA in 1985. And when I came to Australia, I am now in Australia. I came to Australia on the 28th of September 2004. Because when I realized peace is coming, so I remembered what Anyanya 1 did before. Anyanya 1, when they were integrated into the Sudan Army Forces, those who were not indicated, they suffered a lot. They gained nothing from the struggle they had been waging against the regime in the bush. So it was good for me to say, okay, let me go to the West to get education, to avoid being integrated without knowledge as those of Anyanya 1 did before. That was the reason I came to the West. And then in 2007, I went back to Africa and I stayed there for 10 years. Then I came back to Australia on the 27th of December. 27th of December 2017. Now 5 years since I came. So since I went to Africa I went back to Africa in 2007 and I came in 2017 after 10 years. So I have knowledge about what happened in a guide of the history of the liberation. That's why I have some knowledge here. I want to remind you the history of the liberations. There were two generals who went on one of the radio station in Juba while I was in Juba, and they tried to narrate it Yeah, they explain the history according to their understanding. And one of them was Lieutenant General Bangarbom. He went on radio and explained the history of the liberations to the people of South Sudan. And what I heard from him, it did not reach even about 50% of the history of the liberation. So the way he was approaching it, it doesn't match with all what I know. Even he's a very senior person, Lieutenant General, is a very senior person. The second history was narrated by First Lieutenant General, former Chief of General Staff, General John Riak. He mentioned really some of the things I know because he was one of our lieutenant commanders. By then, when we were in Commodore, he was one of our senior officers, General John Riak. He knows much about the operation we had been conducting around Equatoria. So he said, he mentions some of the things really I know because I share operation with him and we are together with him in Commodore, former CNC General Mobile Headquarters, and also we went to Comscom with him together. So in the operation we were together. So he mentioned some of the things really correctly. So then what we are doing now, I am approaching it exactly the way it happened. The way it happened without diluting it. And again, that is it. And again, I am very much against, just I want to let you know before we come to this. There is a saying, those who are in the system now, those who are in the bush before, especially political opportunists and military loyalists to the president. They used to say, or the supporters of the SPLM party, they used to say in Denga language, Gal Kakidong Kang Wan. They mean they remain just four. And no one can understand this. Let me explain. They remain four. What they mean out of high command, there were about 17 or 20. The number is around 20. But those whom I know, they were not like 17. The number of the high command in the SPLA. Now, when they say they remain four, they mean Salva Kiir, President Kiir, and James Waniga, Daniel Awedakot, and Paul Menyang. According to I am putting them according to their seniority. Salva Kiir, then the senior person now, after President Kiir, is a general, commander or General Waniga, and then followed Daniel Awedakot and Paul Menyang in the last. Now, some of high command now are still alive. Why did they exclude the other two high commands, Dr. Riak and Dr. Lam? I don't think someone has an idea behind it. There is a saying in SPLA, because SPLA is my village. I know everything inside it. Let me claim so. There had been a saying came out from the leadership of the SPLA before, while we were in the bush. After Nasser declaration, they put it, anyone who did not complete 10 years in SPLA
Yes,
you continue, General.
Yeah, there was interruption. Someone came here just. So they said there was a saying, and that one is a secret within the SPLM. Most of the citizens of South Sudan don't know it. They excluded Dr. Lam and Dr. Riek Machar, claiming they did not. Yeah, not claiming. Yes, exactly. They did not complete 10 years in SPLM. So that is why they normally say those who remain, the remaining high command, they remain just four. The four I had already mentioned. That idea that Dr. Riek and Lam they did not complete 10 years in SPLA, that was the reason they were left out. So even if you presume guilty in the court of law, history of your contribution, historical making, or what you did, what you sacrifice, your sacrifice cannot be deleted. Whether you are alive or you are dead, whether you are enemy or a friend. So what we are doing here today, we are correcting that. And my comrades, those who are ministers now, and some who are still commanders in the SPLA, when they hear that, I think they will change. This is what they did not want people to know. Again, after the independence of South Sudan or during the GOS, when these big people, because in Bilpam there are the seniors, then when they are taken to ministerial position, they are nominated for those positions, they put coat suit. Then from there they go back to Bilpam. Now they put a military fatigue, the foot uniform. So they are both. They are here and there. That is why you find the country does not respect law. When they go into the army, they don't respect military. They don't respect any law there. When they come back to the civilian portfolio they have or position they have, they don't respect law there. So this is one of the issues. Now, what I want to say about today's topic is that Equatorians, those who were in the bush, and now there were thousands, they were there in every division, every unit of the SPLA, SPLM, being military wing or political wing, they were there. And I think some of them, they may be in this clubhouse. What I will advise them is that, as comrade, tell exactly the contribution of the Equatorian in the SPLM. And I and General Biel and General Tungjiang, after you finish explaining your contribution as Equatorian, then we shall hear what has been left out, like what General Tungjiang and General Biel did last time during Shallow Day. When we were there last time, they were given a chance at the last to say what they know, and they put really something even I did not know, because General Biel was telling something before even the rebellions, and that one I was not aware about it. So Equatorian, you have a lot of people who contributed in SPLA, and I know them. So I would like to give the floor back to the moderators, so that they allow the Equatorian to contribute. But excuse me, I've forgotten something. One of the painful things also is that why When we say General Carbino Kwanyin Bull, rebel in Bor, why Carbino was very proud of it. When we say General William Nguyen rebel in Ayut was not a problem. He was very proud of that rebellions in Ayut. When we say General James Bull Kur rebel in Akoba, it's not a problem. But why, when President Kiir hears someone telling him he rebelled from Malakal, he normally react in a different way, like he has been insulted? What is behind that? Why the rest of the general, they were not complaining when they were told you rebel in this area? Why is it only President Kiir, when he is told he rebelled from Malakal, he get annoyed with that? So what I want to say about that is, this is one of the factors cause problem in our country. The president does not like some tribe to be associated with him, whether they did something good or they did something, whether they did something good, they don't want to be associated with him. This is one of the factors this administration has created alongside the history. So I would like to stop here, and if the Equatorian are not coming up and there is a vacuum, then I will be able to come in. But let them talk first, then we hear from them. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, General Jeremiah. This session is open. The hand raise is open. We come in here to discussing about the contribution that the Central Equatoria state has done during the struggle of the movement. And we all know that most of the battles took place in the Equatorial region. And that's why we're encouraging all the people from Central Equatoria come up and let's have a little discussion here about all the contribution that you guys had done in the movement. Before I give chance to brother comrade Ding, let me give it to my brother Jok to weigh in with his opening remarks, and then I will come to brother comrade. And then if there is any people down there they want to come up, you can come up. I see General Charles, you are there. When you are available, you can come up. The hand raise is open. Brother Jok, take the mic.
Thank you, brother Amigo, and I'll say blessed love to everyone that is attending this room. Thanks to South Sudan Political Club for the educational work that is conducting and has been conducting. Many thanks to General Jeremiah. Gratitude and honor to your service. And as I say to you, I need to all the women who have sacrificed so much for us to be here today. I'm pleased that we have this type of and you
Jog masa mena, baka bita tao. Brother Jog, you are cutting off. You are cutting off. We can't hear you.
Yeah, I think, Jok, when you get to a better reception of network, and then we'll give you the chance again. I think your network is not that clear. Let's do. Yeah, brother comrade, you can go ahead.
يا أنا على كل حال أنا ممكن أتحدث بالعربي. مش أنا ما عاد أتكلم بالإنجليزي، لكن خلينا نرسل الرسالة ده لكل أملاء جمهورية جنوب السودان. فأمرو بوكي نسترو سويري مارت. ممكن؟ فيزو الخشة ولا شو؟
اتفضل اتكلم بعربي.
يا خلاص كويس. أنا بقول لك شنو، أنا بقول لكم بحييكم. أبدأ من إدوات وعميكو وكل المستمعين الكريم وأبناء الوطن الجميل جمهورية جنوب السودان والأصدقاء الموجودين في هذا الروم. أنا على كل حال فهمت التفق. في جد يا جماعة، لو يعني نتكلم عن الحركة الشعبية، لو مسكنا قلنا مثلا المناطق المحررة عشان ما نخش كتير نتحدث يعني مثلا ما مثلا أبناء إيكاتوريا في تحرير وكذا. الحركة الشعبية والجيش الشعبي لتحرير السودان نفسه، وأنا كنت واحد منهم، وقائدي كمر فكان عموما والجنرال توماس سيريلو وعبد العزيز الدمرهلو في إيسترن فرونت. اللي بنعرفه أنا الحركة الشعبية أساسا المناطق محررة ببدأ من إيكاتوريا. دي المناطق أمسك من يايدا، ده كل مناطق الحركة الشعبية حرر، وده إيكاتوريا. إيكاتوريين يبين وك هات هم حتى ذاته السلاح الحركة الشعبية بدأ من إيكاتوريا، بس الجو ما حررنا. هل تعلم واو ده حررناه هنا؟ نو. ممكن رومبيك جزء منه، أقول ده ما حررناه. فده أنا أقول شنو الإيكاتوريا they will contribute a lot in SPLA to be honest. كان شعبا والعسكريين اللي كانوا موجودين. أنا لما جيت تميت الحركة الشعبية في 94 في إيسترن فرونت، الخارجين اللي ضربوني كلهم من إيكاتوريا، وأنا كلهم مذكروا مثلا أمثال منجستو سامن بونا وكتار. دي الناس دائما يعني كمان بكان بعرف الناس بس. so أقدر أقول إنه إيكاتوريين هم جزء ممكن يكون شجاعة الهدف بتاع الحركة الشعبية. الرئاسة الحركة الشعبية كانوا ما في جيش، بس بالبسيطة يعني عشان أكون معكم واقع كده to be honest. فأنا أقدر أقول شنو Equatorian people the best people that are enjoying SPLM and SPLM. وكنا من الجلوم، كان جاي من بالغزال، كان جاي من على النيل، كان جاي فرنا بتجي لإيكاتوريا لأن مناطق المحرر أساسا. فأنا ما أطول الحديث هنا، ده حتة ده بس، لأنه هم شاركوا في الحركة الشعبية وهم جزء من الناس. ممكن بعد الشعب الثاني جبال النوبة الناس اللي أنقذوا حركة بعد ما حركة خشة في مشاكل وقت زين. فأنا في الشارع وبخش تاني شوية.
يا شكرا برادر كامرد. وخلينا نرحب ب جنرال دونجانج وبرادر ويليام وبرادر جون. I think جوك لسه عنده مشكلة في الشبكة. Before I give it to Dongjang, I will give chance to William.
Amigo, leave Dongjang for now.
Yes, yeah, let's go to William, and then from William we come to John, and then we go back to generals. William, اتفضل.
Thank you so much, Comrade brother Amigo. Thank you also to brother Edward, Bani, Dominica, Comrade Jeremiah, and all of you
I think the topic is very, very clear, and it is one of the very interesting topic. Talking today about the contribution of Central Equatoria. I don't know whether I'm right or wrong, because I heard some people are talking about Equatoria as whole, but according to the topic, I think we are talking about the Central Equatoria, isn't it? Yes, you're right. Yeah, so let me actually narrate it or be concise on the Central Equatoria contribution. In fact, Central Equatoria is one of the area that has joined the movement in the first place among the rest of the Equatorians. And I remember very well in 1984, in more divisions, there were actually a lot of Equatorians. They were having a battalion called Katiba B. And most of you might have heard the songs when they were singing that Katiba B Bilayo, Katiba B Bilayo, Katiba B Bilayo. These were actually Equatorian battalions. And when Mormor was actually discharged from the training camp to the combat missions, the person who commanded the two battalions of Mormor was actually from Central Equatoria, that is Alfred Ladogoro. He was actually commanding Katiba B and then Niran, to Equatoria. And by then they were together with Martin Manila Yel. Although Goro was actually a senior to Manuel, but over the sudden, I don't know what happened. Manuel got promoted to the rank of military high command, and Gori was left behind. That was one of the points. Gori was having low opinions about the way Harka is actually handling the matters of concerns. He was complaining, was saying that it is well confirmed today that SPLA is a Dinka movement. If not at all, Manuel would have not promoted to the rank of high command while I'm senior than him. So that was the first complaint of Comrade Lado Gori. And he was actually the one commanding all these two battalions when they were actually in that side of Equatoria. And these were the first battalion that arrived in Equatoria to go and mobilize the Equatorians. In fact, Central Equatoria, there were very few. The people who were actually many were from Eastern Equatoria. But the first commanding was from Central Equatoria, which later increased in 1992 after we attacked Juba. Those of Thomas Shirilo and those of Jadala joined in later on, and they are actually from Central Equatoria. So Central Equatoria, Waniga is one of from Central Equatoria, and he was actually commanding forces in that side of Ye. They were together with John Kong that time. I remember that was in 1987. Waniga went there with can't remember one of the battalions among Shakuj battalion. Shakuj battalion. Yeah, they first in Pibor, where by then we were in Pibor together with those of my colleague Johnson Hulay. Johnson Hulay actually was with me in the same platoon, in the same squad. He was actually a Mutpejo of Pretoria, and I was by then Mutpejo of RPG. You know me very well, and I know him very well. Before I went to Isoke in 1990. So Central Equatoria, to make history short, they have contributed. They have contributed a lot, and their contribution cannot be denied. When Thomas Shirilo and Jadala joined, they contributed a lot. They make a big contributions that cannot be denied, and that's why everybody was shocked when we heard that Thomas as rebel. The reasons of rebellion sometimes, there are so many. Somebody may be, angered by some reasons that are best known to him. And we all shocked because those of Thomas Kirelo, I think if Thomas did not rebel that time, he would have actually become the chief of staff before James Ajonga, because he was actually senior than James Ajonga. He would have become the chief of general staff by then. But over the sudden, he had rebelled because our system have angered a lot of people. Even the people that were not supposed to rebel, they rebel against it. So to make history short, Central Equatoria, they have contributed a lot. My brother mentioned before, comrade, that the first places that were actually liberated were from the Central Equatoria, and that was because there was a cooperation between the civilians. Civilians were our main logistic. If there is no cooperation between civilians, it would be hard for the fighters actually to liberate even a single area, because those civilians are the logistic and they are actually members of our intelligence. They can actually be sent to go and and see the area, and come with the full information that this area is like this and the army is on this side. The number of the military personnel are this. These are all civilians that who does this. Okay, so Central Equatoria, in my own view, they have contributed a lot, and I have mentioned some of the commanders that were actually very active during those times. We have one of the very, very, very active commander at that time. I think he was killed around Tublik, and we came with him together. It's called Jadawani. Nobody talk about this guy, and this guy was very, very brave. He went with Glary Modi. Glary Modi was a military high command, and he was actually the operational officer. In that Katiba called Shaja. It's called Jadawani. He was killed around Turi. I think he was captured and then tied around Tang, and the enemy ran up around the Turit, and while the man was actually tied on the tents, Jadawani. So Jadawani, I think either is from Central Equatoria or from Numle, or Kajikaja. I can't remember where the man is belonged to, but the name similar to that of.
He's from Kuku. He's from Kuku.
He's from Kuku. Yeah. So to make the history short, Central Equatoria for me has contributed a lot in case of.
No, but Mobutu Mamur.
No, Mobutu Mamur is from actually Eastern Equatoria. As we are actually talking about the central Equatoria, that is Juba and Ye and those. And there are junior officers that I cannot remember their names. Those of Ecofus. Ecofus, I don't know, is from which place, I can't remember. So
Ecofus Kenyi is not junior; it's very senior officer. Ecofus Kenyi Loboro from Kajikaji.
Yeah,
very senior. Yeah.
Ecofus, he's one of the hotel commanders. I remember that right. Yeah, but what I mean by junior, there were actually senior officers like James Wane and those of Larukur. This is what I was actually trying to make him as a junior officer, but he's actually not junior, he's lieutenant commander. So for Central Equatoria, the sons of Central Equatoria and daughters of Central Equatoria, they have contributed a lot, especially in Juba attack in 1992. Most of them contributed a lot because they are the one who knows, around Juba better than those who came from different areas, especially from those who came from Bahar al-Kazal and those who came from Par Apernal and some from Nuba Mountain. We don't know around Juba properly, but they were the one actually, knowing all these places. So, brothers and sisters, this is what I know about those of Central Equatoria. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Stas, William and comrade in the SPLA too. Thank you for your input. You are very specific to the topic, and thank you so much. And I'll give this chance to our brother Deng to add to what you have said. Thank you so much. John Tagait? If John is not there.
John, are you there?
John, if you are not there, then we'll move you down. So I'll give this chance to Brother Jok. Jok, did your mic, your internet improve? Brother Jok?
I'll try. Can you hear my voice now?
Okay, you can try. If not, then we'll go to Tongjang. Yeah.
Okay, you're able to hear me though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And greetings to everyone. The topic is it's very crucial, very important topic to all of us. And the reason being is that we're living in a situation where we are not honest to ourselves, and we are playing this role of discrediting our heroes and heroines from across South Sudan. And for these things to be corrected, responsibility fall on our shoulders, all of us, the people of South Sudan, who are committed into us moving forward as a unit and moving forward to fulfill the aspirations of our struggle. Central Equatoria played a bigger role in our struggle like did many other regions. Those who have spoken a little while ago have touched. We have veterans, and I would like to pay my respect to all of you who have picked up arms and fought on our behalf for us to have the country today. I'm also thankful that there are many of you who are standing upright to make sure you narrate what you have witnessed, being a member yourself and a freedom fighter. So thank you, General Jeremiah, General Tongjang. The brother that spoke, I would assume, if you're not general, you are paid somehow, some ways. You've also fought for our freedom. My honor and respect to you. I thank the family of South Sudan Political Club for its commitment. And through South Sudan Political Club, I'll extend my thanks also to the rest of our social media windows that are doing their best to help us bridge the gap and communicate respectfully with focus honesty. Our diversity, whose voice, the wisdom, and the rest of our families that are doing the work on these social media spaces. شكرا لأخواتي Babani, Dominica, Brother Amigo, Engineer Edward. I'll stop here and I'll listen, and there has been some interesting things that were said. I would comment on what is my thought on what General Jeremiah said about what happened regarding the higher command and position of President Kiir towards communities within our country. I'll have something to say, but in the meantime, let's focus on the topic. I'll hand the mic back to co-moderators. Thank you guys very, very much for giving me a chance to weigh in, and I appreciate everything. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Brother Jok, for weighing in, and you are highly welcome. Thank you for being here all the time. and contributing in South Sudan political club and other clubs too. I had wanted to give this chance to Brother John, but I think he left. Let me give this chance to our brother, Tongjiang. Tongjiang, this is your turn. And if we have our brothers from Central Equatoria or you are from Equatoria, I think you know more too than us, so you can just come up and join the discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Brother Edward, General Jeremiah, Bani, Duke, comrade, an amigo, and my honey of all the time, and my cousin, Ajawin. He is the wife of my area. So that's what I'm calling you, my honey of time. But I'm going to marry Bini of Tabia. So you're a Denga woman. So you're my honey all the time. Okay, guys. Thank you very much, Edward. And Abani and other group, Nathamigo. This is very sensitive thing. And you guys know my position. I have no intention to take any credit away. Those who died, they're watching us very carefully, and that's been a problem. Central Equatoria contribution. The first man in Central Equatoria joined SPLA is Alfred Lado Gori. When he went down with the Mushasha is Kazuk 1983, 1986. Alfred Ladogo joined SPLA 1984. When he joined SPLA 1984, was trained as Cobra in Koryom. Cobra is Katiba number 2. The first battalion in Koryom as my battalion, Zindia, and then Cobra, and then Rhino or Pagana Mom and Makura Logio, and then Adit of Francis Norma Cage, and then all the way until Katiba Banat, last one. Alfred Lado, 1984, when he finished training with the Koryom. I'm talking about seniority in Central Equatoria. So Alfred Lado, Garang appointed him and sent him to Europe as chief addiloc to spread SPLA in Geneva, Copenhagen, England. If you guys remember, look at his speech. And Pagara Mom is in that speech in December before war break out 2013. When he used to call some people, the vultures just come and eating. It was called chief addiloc. That title, there is no another chief addiloc until today. Garang is the one who appointed him to go to Europe to spread. So it's a senior one. And you guys know in SPLA sometime, those who done right, you can go and fishing and someone come and eat your fish. Alfred Ladogo joined SPLM first. His deputy is Scopus Kinyi Loboro from Kuku. Scopus Kinyi, you guys knew him in Voice of SPLA in English. His English is exactly like Alfred Lado, like Alfred Taban. They're from their Kukutuya tribe from the same Kajikaji. Alfred Lado went there and stayed there when he came back in Europe for 1 year, since 1984, almost 2 years. 1984 until 1985 to 1986, and then he came. 1986 was made as a commander of Mushasha. I don't know where you act them in Manila UL. Martin Maniel, 1984, March 18. If you guys knew there was a coup and shooting happened in Kajikaji, that was Maniel commanding troop in Kajikaji. Tahir Bior was Liwa in the Sudanese army. Tahir Bior, that's a commander of Neran. Neran Katiba number 4. B is Katiba number 2 after Twek. But Tahir Bior was Agdam than Maniel. And when they came, 2 battalion, they come B and Neran. They come from Bongo. When they reached Jebel Buma was already captured by Koryom, Katiba number 7. called Agrab, the scorpion of Nyashigak Nyashulu. So when they came, Nyashigak Nyashulu was overall commander because Nyashigak is number 6 in the high command of SPLA. It's number 7 because John Kulang fought after Riek Machar. Yeah, John Kulang fought after Iraq, and then Nyashigak Nyashulu, and then Riek Machar after Nyashigak Nyashulu with Dr. Lam and Yusuf Ko, and then go to others. So this was totally for last speaker to say that Alfred Ladogo was Agdam, then Martin Manure was wrong. Then Galario Modi come Biwa in Sudan as a Nyanya one. There's no way. Alfred Ladogori Agdam than Wani, yes. But how Wani get there is something SPLM Garang choose Wani to go there. And when Wani come to SPLM in 1986, 87, Alfred Lado was put in jail. So you put Lado in jail to create room for Wani to come up. So this it was by themselves. And Wani become a problem. Even now, Korea of Alfred Lado come to an end. It's all Wani. Wani would not want anyone in Equatoria. He's the one on Equatoria. People like Matata, Glario Modi, or Inya, who fought war for a long time, their Korea come to an end that time because of Wani. And that's happened every region, every ethnic. It's not what we're talking here. Those who are contribution of Equatoria, Alfred Lado Gori, number 1. Number 2, Dr. Richard K. Muller. You guys knew him. K. Muller and Adwonya Aba, they will never are a familiar face in the politics of South Sudan. They're wrestling with Garang, not those people who are around now to come Managshat mom.
K. Muller, I think, is from Western Equatoria.
No, he's Central Equatoria. He's Mandari.
We are talking about Central Equatoria, not Western Equatoria.
Yeah.
K. Muller from Western Equatoria.
No. Terkeka is a Western Equatoria. He's Central Equatoria.
It's not from Terkeka. It's from Moro. It's not Moro.
It's not Moro. It's Mandari. It's Mandari.
It's not Mandari, it's Moro. I know so far. It's Moro.
Okay. So, hold on. Argument is not okay. You just leave it there. So, the people who are Agdam was Gori, Scopus Kenyila Boro, and Commander Djibouti, Wani was overall high command when he went with Shakwit 1987. Equatorian guy was Agdam. Next deputy of Wani was John Kong Yuan and Abraham Dao Manyok, father of Shell 1. And the operational commander in a task force 1 is Abraham Wani from Fajilu. Now died in 2013. They were thrown out. And the other guy from Zana, Edward Zakaria. The third one, captain, was named Tondo from Southern Bari. It was with Wani for a while and he died that time. Katiba B was not totally, there were very few people, officers in it. B, when they ran, majority of them are non-Central Equatoria. Because Central Equatoria, when they went there in 1984, very few in numbers. This guy called Juldo Wunek Katiba B Bilayo Katiba Nal Bila is from Nimili. His name is Juldo Wunek from Acholi. And when B went down, was commissioner in Cadet Shell 2. He went in Barkazal with Twek. So during Masjidin in Medan, that's his song, Juldo Wunek. He's from Nimili, yeah, he's a Choli guy. And I knew him, I met him in Barkazal 1987, 88. He married there. And then he was giving his income in Equatoria. I hope he's alive now. Even former chief of staff, Johnson, O.J. Johnson, the Choli guy was chief of staff after a younger died. That's from B. Was Mutfajib Ta'aun, was Nazara Kibawal. Yes, it's from there. So actually at the time, they have numbers. But predominant people of Equatoria, they were in SPLM, very much. Those are from Torit, Kapoita, a lot of them in Mormor. Central Equatoria, they were too far away. Only people who were educated, university students like like Tondo, like the Scopus Kinyi Loboro, like Abraham Wani. Yeah.
You mean James Tondo? You mean James Tondo or Tondo?
Yeah, James Tondo, yeah. He was with Wani and died. This is a guy, I think he was in the University of Juba. He's more, yes.
With me in Eastern Front, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, don't forget those with the coach. Those is Stephen Mundu.
Oh no, those are Kazuk. Nazundu the common Kazuk. I'm talking 1984.
Tongjiang, just excuse me. Is it okay if Tongjiang can just finish, and if you have you have something to correct, you can correct it. We'll give you a chance to do that if possible.
Sorry, Mama.
So thank you.
Yeah. So the good thing is, back in the days, SPLA was not messed up. People go by Liwad, by division who come first. So it was very, very good. Eastern Equatoria, they come, Central Equatoria, they come after, even when Wani went in 1986, his army, they were composed from different ethnic, non-Central Equatoria. Majority, if you look at it, there was a lot of Walanwer. During their training in Kazuk, in Zalzal, those children of Eastern South Sudan, border to Ethiopia, like Walad Gajak, if you take them, they will disappear. So most of them, they were taken with the John Kong Yuan. In 1983, John Kong Yuan married in Ye. So and he was Judge Sudani captain. So he's very familiar with Equatoria. That's the time he was giving to Wani to go there. More experience. Sudanese army defected from Kajikaji. So that's why. And Wani was not the military. Wani was a student come from Egypt and then was put in training in Ethiopia, in Addis Ababa, in a Yorole training. Those high command, they are not trained in Bongo like Masjidim. They put them in a military college where more advanced and they're reading. Most of them are tactical and physical as well to defend themselves in a military situation. So people went back with their constituencies who come with them at the time when he went back. One at that time they don't have no body have proof they were giving to him and other ethnic to go and open new area. So when he was giving different troops, someone returned with this troop of their own constituencies, what Dr. Lama called when he returned to Shuluk area with the Muslim. So he got Shuluk already into Nuba Mountain. He got Nuba with huge numbers already. But when he went there, and a ship, very brilliant, familiar with the area, and also he went to make operation side of Mundri. They come straight through Bor and across to Tombek, across Moro and Mandari, and involved in Wandi, through Lanya and across to Penyumi, and went to side border to Uganda, like Moroto. And then Garang brought weapon in Uganda, and people joined in huge numbers. They opened training in Moroto. So that was very good. While enemy was in the middle, like in Central Equatorial and Nimble, enemy was in bad one. He went in very quick in between Bor and Urul and went in very quick. So it was not that bad. SPLA was very good. But it built up his forces there. They contribute, but it's not that in their own, in the very beginning, it was very good for in the end. But tribalism, even you see something very different, it's very good. People like Biel Torke Rambam, people like Najarol Jeremiah and Mike. So people went to cadet by shells. SPLA just mess up. Like now, time come out and time become money. People want position. People don't want to die. Other abolitionist commander, they were discredited. Some people, you don't hear their name. And that Alfred Ladogori become victim into those scenarios. And you guys continue seeing now in Equatoria, anywhere. If we talk about Central Equatoria, people not like this guy become a key figure now. Bugulu, General Kalman Wani. And Kalman Wani, how many years he fought with Garario Modi Orinya and Alfred Ladogori and Waniga in Terkeka has killed a lot of SPLM troops. But if the Garang thing, people like Pagana Mom, if you bring them, they will knew Pagan when was Secretary General. He knew all officers of SPLA, what their rank during the promotion is Secretary General. So he organized those things, people to be promoted and shell. Pagan will explain you, right? If it's me to say thing now, somehow can be something different, and I'm very mentally alert of that. Whatever happened, Alfred Ladogori, there is no way that it was Agdam than Martin Manuel. No. Martin Manuel left Kajikaji with 600, March 18, 1984. 600 dead. When he reached Ethiopia, was only 17 people with him. And that's why it was brought back. So it was Mogadam, the Sudanese army, in Kajikaji 1983. So it was very hard for Alfred Lado. Alfred Lado is a Nyanya one, but when people went back in Sudanese armed forces, it was major, was right. Right, Mogadam, Agdam, then right. So there was no way for him to be Agdam. Then, or manipulation, somehow, those are tribal accusations. Alfred Ladogor is supposed to be high command, but somehow James Wani overshadowed him. James Wani will not allow anyone in Central Equatoria. The same thing, Eastern Equatoria, the very Agdam senior one and Anyanya one politician who wrote this manifesto of SPLA was discredited. If you hear Koryom's song, like Agrab, you hear his song, Joseph Uduo, went to SPLA in 1984, is Koryom, and was overshadowed. Somehow Gloria Modi was for more than top of him. Gloria Modi fall up with Garang, they end up all dead to nothing. Obote Mamur is the one now filled the place and was not promoted to high command to fill Eastern Equatoria position. One in now Central Equatoria is a high command. If something happened, someone in Central Equatoria, they might demand position for him to be filled in. But for us, I think people like Bial Toike Rambang, like General Mike, General Jeremiah, and someone, non-Denka, they should come in and say this. It's very good to talk, to explain when did you join SPL and when those people were promoted by cadet. Yeah.
To continue that, you mean Wani actually been promoted to the high command when he was captain? Because there is someone called James here wrote a comment on Facebook. But Wani promoted to high command while he was a captain. Do you know why?
Because that time, Waniga, when you remember the time SPLA, Wani came into SPLA in 1987, and Alfred Lado been in SPLA in 1984. And before Wani went down with the troops before he captain, Alfred Lado Gori was a commander of Moshasha. Obote Mamur was Malas Mawal of this guy, of Lado Gori. Person like John Bye from Baka, from Maridi. There was another guy, Equatorian from Moro. His name is Robin Quest, was captain, the same rank with Wani. And how Wani jumped into there, if I say anything, people might think like I was sabotaging him. Adwog Nyaba is Adam than James Waniga. And you can see how far Wani come and get there. You ask yourself how he get there in the first place. Adwog Nyaba with the PhD, Nazal captain. So you can see things that were totally different, you know. In a Dogyaba scenario, it was a commander battalion. It was not that bad, but should not be a captain. Should be an alternate commander. Because there are some people from captain to high command quickly and easy, and they're never in front line. But sometime in ethnic presentation or regional presentation, I can see that. Because in Shilug area, they were like predominant top SPLA leadership. Due to their academia, they went earlier, and also somehow those who are promoted for their military capability and mental regularity, achievement militarily in the ground, like Wiyai Deng, like Pagan, like Peter Parinyang. And when Adwok come, Adwok find himself. But Garang was not interesting. Adwok deserved to be alternate commander. And everybody knew. If you look PhDs, they were alternate commander. Adwok become alternate commander after he lost his limb. And he's a tough dude. Tough and fighting physically. Adwok before he lost his limb. He's 7 foot. You cannot attack him. It's like you're hitting a brick in a wall. But, military situation sometimes interests come in, region, you want to position yourself to get the region, you have to give them position. That's how they come in. Like Yusuf in the region when SPLA need that area. Yusuf come earlier and Yusuf is very tough guy, very popular to his people. One who was not popular to Central Equatoria. And you guys hear voice of his corpus, Kenyi Lobro, and voice of Mary Joshua Kwaji, Marum Durkat, name of Alfred Lado, Moshasha, between Koringilisi and between Lobra and Kiala, when they go from Juba, come from Juba in Ngangala or Jameza or Koringilisi, Galaro killed them. If they reach into Juba, they reach
نقطة حديث لازم يا إدوارد كلام تونجان ده حقيقة أمثال مثلا لو رجعنا في نيوز زامبرج عدم بازوكا اللي هو قائد الميليشيات كان في شرق السودان أنا عايز جبت حركة شايف جرى جواب الراي وزمان ده أنا كنت شنو سجن ميجر واصل تونجان.
Yeah, so Alfred Lado Gori, if you call people like Scopus Kenyi died, Marumduka died. If you call Rebecca Joshua Kwaji, Neil Deng, late Kasito Udo, those used to report things in radio SPLA. Alfred Ladogori is they were just mistreating him. They were done in Anyanya one. Alfred Lado can get mad, can say a bad thing to you, but his son him troop, he know what he's doing. Sudanese armed forces, they knew him in Koringilis, he killed them before they go to Torit. When they move from Torit going to Kapoita, they will get them in Lobra, in the mountain. They get them in Kiala and maim them before they go to Kapoita. But somehow, injustice in our country, in our society, in the leadership of SPLM, sometimes there are some people being promoted, even in position, they never fought their operation against Khartoum forces. People like not Kwalmanyang. It was a problem. Because when Major was killed, Kwalmanyang was brought up out of blue. People like now, when could you hear them? They're fighting. Nas Lama call, Nas Yusuf Ko, you hear them, what they're doing in their area. And every day, with the liberal John Kong Yuan, they keep their thing, what they're doing. And then they become things. So things are very different, but you cannot change. People like Nasal Fakir, they have limited operation to grab attention, dominate radio SPLA for his military rigidity. I don't think it was there. But it was military intelligence, it was high command. People like Arabston, you hear them in battlefield. People like Nyashigag Nyashlu, people like Narek Mashar, who captured Mayom 3 times, chase Bashir out, capture places like Malut. And now those credit, if you're not really committed to provide justice for your own, it's very hard to. If you say something about Yak Machar, a lot of people they want to throw up. Not Nyon Bang, not Kulang Pot, John Kulang. Those are hard to say things, but now those kind of histories, it's very hard. If this guy, Biel Torque Lapbang, was there, who was in the commission, Legina Tergiat,
Biel actually is in the room. I'm just inviting him to come up. Continue.
Yeah, people of Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria, contribution, no, in it, and some what in South Sudan, Central Equatoria also, they should have something. How Alfred Ladog went down. Sheep Adilog is not something no one can deny. You guys hear this in December 12, 2013, when people were talking Nyakrun Center, not Pagana, Mom, not then a lot of call. Alfred Ladog play that video. You will hear it what Alfred Ladog said. It was the first sheep Adilog you cannot deny. This is the father of Central Equatoria. Wanikam 1987, and Garang gave him assignment 1984 to Europe, Sheep Adilog, to spread why the South Sudan take up arms. And he never failed of doing that.
Yeah.
So we don't deny any contribution and anybody. I don't deny that.
One want to interject. One come, because you open your mic. One come in.
I don't know. You want me to add something interesting, something a little bit about this issue of Alpha Ladugora and and Wanega.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Salute all of you moderators, brothers, sisters there. So actually, the difference is, of course, Alfred Lado is well experienced. He fought in different places before even joining SPLM. He was in Nicaragua, Managua, before then Central America. So he did a lot. He got good experience. But what is the difference? Why Garen favor Wanega more than him? And then was promoted very fast and very rich, very high position. This is the difference here. Alfred Rado, of course, joined SPLM in 1984. Wani joined later, but Wani used to make a lot of dirty job within enemy territory, which is in Cuba. He used to recruit a lot of young people. He used to send them to SPLM. That's correct, absolutely. He was working. You see, he used to do that, and then he got a lot of credit in that matter. When he went to SPLM, class that credit, so this why just make way easy for him to go top than Lado. And Lado, of course, more, like communists. And then sometimes politics play a great role in that SPLM arena. So this just I can, to add it. So thank you.
Okay, Tongjang to continue because we have Adiang. But actually, there is Tongjang. When you are continuing, there is actually a comment here from James Kong. Actually, is writing on Facebook and asking me now he want to join. I don't know, James Kong, if you have Clubhouse. Otherwise, I don't know if you have Messenger too. I can call you through Messenger and you can add. Tongjang, James Kong actually put comment here, and that is good. Let me welcome General Biel. He's here also, and later on he will make a comment on this because we are recording the history and we have to put it right. So James said, my friend said the history right. Wani joined the SPLA 1984 and attended Shell 2 with Mormor. Duke Nyaba lost his limb in Joko while commanding Shamish Battalion. So, Tongjang, you continue and try to correct this also if you agree with him or you disagree.
Duke Nyaba was commanding Majnun Battalion, Task Force 1.
Majnun Battalion, that's correct.
Yeah, Majnun Battalion. Ulana Mom is here. And this is something that we not look at in our geographical location or anything. Atian is here. When Martin Maniel died, Atian is a bodyguard of Martin Maniel B Battalion. When Martin Maniel died in 1992, Atian James Wani was in Nairobi. There's no way he can get back into Kajikaji or Kaya, Central Equatoria. His troops are. So he was taking over all bodyguard headquarters of Martin Maniel with them. Wani did not come in 1984, come in 1986, and he finished training in 1987, and he went with Zalzal Battalion Shakush with his deputy Makorlwal, Abram Dan Manyok, and some Equatorian who knew the area. One of them was Mulazima James John Bye from Abukaya, Avram Wani, Edward Zakaria from Zande, Natondo. And Tondo, Afia knew Tondo very well. Is from B Battalion too. So these are.
So can I correct you a little bit?
Yeah.
Wani did George as well earlier, late 1984. You know when the people die in Tingle, when Zindi died in Tingle, the ammunition dropping that was dropped to Uganda border was supposed to be dropped by him, but because they want to drop the ammunition itself when they were in office in Addis, they went and thrown the ammunition to Ugandan border because he doesn't know the area. He thought that he knows the coordinates. And one was arguing, he has a booklet. That booklet you can get it. I know that Wani was promoted to high command in 1986. He cannot be promoted in 1986 when he was still with the government in Sudan then. So he was promoted together to high command with those of Young Machar and Daniel Awet and who else? Somebody else.
Yusuf
Maki.
Yeah.
I was in Bilpine by then when the promotion come. So he didn't join 1987. He joined lately 1984 because those of them which came lately 1984.
Yeah.
So these are the one page. So this is what
Can I say something, please?
Adiang, go ahead. Yeah, let hear from Adiang. Adiang, go ahead. Thank you, General Bill. Adiang, yeah, go ahead.
Adiang.
Yeah.
Adiang. General Bill, thank you, and General Tujang and some others, and moderators, thank you very much. I just came in because of this, it's very interesting. And history cannot forgive and cannot forget. And even if you have a problem with somebody, just put it there. Actually, put it in authority. Are you guys hearing me?
Yeah, we are hearing you.
Yeah. The history has to be put in place, Jama. In 1983, I joined the SPLM in 1984. SPLA started in 1983. I joined in 94. Yes, of course. So that's why I start from sergeant, become old today. You see, in Milfam, what called the retirement lease. We don't get paid either. We are not getting paid. It's called a reserve. I'm Brigadier General there, General no pay. Anyway, let me tell you something. What Tongjang says, I'm not disputing. Tongjang know a lot of stuff. But sometimes, there is a problem here. What BL says here is correct. James Waniga, really? Whatever Tongjang says, 99%, but 9% is not correct. It's not correct because my brother is my colleague. You see, I cannot dispute his word. But now I will dispute something very little. Okay, James Waniga joined SPLA in 1984. Yeah. And then he was with more. You see, even if, he was trained with us. And then what happened is, Yongeren has a special training with this of high command. We took them. We were being trained together, let me tell you. Audience, those who are down, those up, truth had to be told. He took James Wani, Yusuf Kuro, and Rimucha, and what do you call it, this new Martin guy, and all these things. He took them. Where? To Cuba. Okay? Was such a training while we are still in general training in Bongo. And then he brought them back. See that? By the time we are graduated. And then what happened is, he just distribute them the way he want to. He's a chairman, commander-in-chief, CNC. Anyway, nobody can say anything. It's His Excellency. Today they call them Excellency. Karen was His Excellency by that time. All right, that's what I can correct. And then, I don't know why he picked James Wani, and there's some other people in Victoria, Central Victoria and others. They were being, they're supposed to be higher than him. Yes, correct. Like Tojang said. Yes, it is true. He's been elevated to come up somewhere. Cannot argue for that. Argument is, this guy joined earlier. Look, if anybody here have a list of high command, really? Because I have a list of the high command. From one.
And I also have that list as well. That's right. Thank you.
Yes, I seen it. Somebody posted from Australia, and he forgot about Good and Kong Shoal. And I said, hey man, look here, man. You forgot about somebody else. So I have that list, and I know who is number one and number one. Even you die with your number. Anyway, the mistake happened there. It is a mistake of leadership. What they did, they took some other people up there, and they leave some down. Seniority became a problem. See that? It shouldn't be arranged like that. But that's how our late Jongalang arranged the way he wanted. Because he's excellent. Can do anything, can put you down, can put you up. So down and up, I'm not going to argue for it. There's some people up there that are not supposed to be up, supposed to be somewhere. But they're up now. There's no way you can bring them down. That is my argument point. But actually, they were there. Some people now, in SPLM, they never achieve anything as Tom Dang said. If you go to history and look, those who went to the field and capture a town or defeat the enemy, you see, they're very few. And some others, really, they never done successfully. They failed, and they're still there, okay? Doesn't mean anything. It means that they tried, okay? And some other people now are general, and they try to threat people. General what? Have you seen the enemy face by face one day? No. Like some people, I've seen them now. In this house club, I'm a general. Have you seen the enemy one day? Really? Like Mujahideen. Have you seen them face by face? If you see them,
we never see them.
I think Tonjang is right. James one.
No. I'm not saying Tonjang is right.
Wait a little bit.
This is my time, Solomon. It is my time. Just wait for me. If I'm wrong, you will correct it later on. Anyway, you will correct me later on. Anyway, what happened is, if I can give you a deep, who is James Waniga? James Waniga, if I can say I met him in 1984, you never know. He was there, but actually he was not a soldier, never been trained either. So, by the way, I told you there is a process to train these people to become higher. So, they took them from here to there. Even in Addis Ababa, when they call him a Kuna Masanan, because there is his teeth has been grounded. So we went to a peace talk, and those of Arab called Jongaran. Well, he brought this guy Masanan, meaning that his teeth like it was being crisis. I said, what? Yeah, it was funny. And Jongaran said, no, this is one of us. Don't worry about his teeth. So he was there, but the guy was low. It came out from nowhere into somewhere. We cannot downgrade him. Anyway, let me pass that. Time is running. Let me tell you something. Yeah, this guy is not senior. I told you. But he's been elevated, brought it up. You see? And he passed Alfred Lado Gori, he passed a lot of people. I don't know why. I have no idea. I cannot give myself a credit why Jongaran did that. But Jongaran picked people who want to, like people who getting boys. Where they come from blue. See that? I cannot comment about that. See, somebody will come his own. You see, and that's why I'm supposed to be Lieutenant General. But why? I can't get there because I'm not the one of them who are lucky. So now I cannot claim that. When we are in SPLM, you come in your own. I don't know how to come up. Okay, Pagana Mom example. Okay, he was in bush before we come, and then we find him there in bush and everything, and Jongaran, you see, took him to Cuba. He never fought, and now he's what? He's a general, and he was keeping J number there and get his degree and everything. And we have bullet in our hand. Now what? How people come up? People come up a different way, Jama. It's not one way or another. But I'm really be courageous. Nasdale, these people come in their own way. I don't know what way. I cannot predict it. So I was with them for all this time until 2000, whatever. Until I left come to the United States. I left in 1994. There's no 1994, yes. But what happening is there was all of this. I know a lot of stuff, and there's no time I can explain to you. But promotion, what I can say, promotion was done by according to John Garang. If you don't like you
you are not going to get 1 star being Malazim. If we like you, we'll give you 5 stars. So how can we argue with this point? You can put you in high command, can downgrade you, can kill you here. So this is the argument. I'm not going to go through it. So I'm not saying Tongjang is wrong, but what I'm saying is this is what they were there. They were down. They brought them up, elevated them. What we can solve here in Clubhouse, but this nothing. Because selfish. You see that? Look, like Tongjang said, you know, Martin Manuel was being left out by the time. And Carvina made argument with Yongara Mzing. I was there in Gambela. And I said, oh, are you promoting people who come to the SPLA with the airplane? You see, these people, like Lamakal, like whoever, all of these things, you point them out, all of them. They become high command. And Manuel came with army. And I came with army. What do you call it? Wendy. Yuan came with army. And you, John Garang, didn't came with army. And all of that. You challenge them. Say, who came with the army? If we surrender now to the government of Sudan, we will be court-martialed. We'll be shot. And you leave because you just escaped. And they're going to say, calm down, man. What's wrong with you? You are just a vice president and you can make any decision. Why are you hyper? And he said, no. Why you let people who fight and you promote people who don't fight either? And they said, who? He said, this is Martin Manyan. And he put something, you know, in his life, in line. So he just brought him after Paul Manyan, which is not supposed to be. Number 14. I know I have that list. So that's what I said. I'm going to my point. You come up in other way around. Those who came up now to be big people, Jesus Christ. So I'm not going to discredit or credit anybody. And that thing is really people who were not there. I was in Tiger, which is called these people now who guarding Salva Kiir. I'm a part of that unit. We were training Cuba and to train how to guard the president. See that? Like they call them here special branch. They call them what? Those people that are special training to everything. So you can shoot any gun, whatever it is, and you can be monitored or monitors. So actually, I have a lot of classified documents and everything. See, even when I went to Juba, they threatened me. They said, don't expose anything. I said, expose what? What are you guys talking about? Because I'm just making my living with my family. What's wrong with you? So they were trying to threaten me. So I cannot say anything classified document. Yeah, that's that. I'm tired of this. Anyway, these people have been promoted. Some people has been jammed, yes. They jammed them big time. You see, for what? I don't know. So ask whoever jammed them. So I'm not, I can waste my time with this. You see, some people now die, didn't get their right, didn't even get paid, their families are suffering. Man, come on. So actually, what I'm trying to tell you is this. I'll rest my case here. Tongjang is right. 90-something%. You guys keep that guy, will tell you what about it. But I'm right, but I don't want to spend my time here to argue about this. This thing has been done by somebody, by some people who know what they're doing. I was there, but we are just watching the game running. And those things, you see, unappreciable. So I don't know why you guys talking about it today. So that's why I jam in and put in my input. And if you need me, I'll put 100 input. Thank you very much.
You can stay up. Yeah, thank you, Odieng. You can stay up, actually. You asked a very important question. Why are we bringing up this today? Actually, we brought this up today. The last 2 years or the last 7 years, there is people claiming the war together. And it's part of the division among our society as South Sudanese. Now, what we are doing, actually, we come up with these shows to tell Junubin, all of us, we contributed together like what you put it now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, all of us, all the tribe, 64 plus tribe in South Sudan, we contributed in the struggle. We started last week, actually, the program came up with shallow contribution, but people come up, they say, no, if we go tribe by tribe, the program will not end. So it is better we come and talk about the contribution of the state, each state. And it's not necessary for us, actually, each state necessary for those tribes can come talk. People from that state, we are talking about Central Equatoria. Actually, I don't know anybody from Central Equatoria actually who was SPLA was in the bush. I don't have any idea, but we came up with the topic and we said, okay, actually, me myself and the comrade or the moderators, Amigo Abani, we depending on General Jeremiah, General Bier, General Tongjang. Those last time, and General Mike, I think is not here. But I have this show I call Tongjang. You have to be here. I call Jeremiah, you have to be here. General Biel, actually, you are not following me, and that is the problem. Please follow me after when you come in. So the next, tomorrow, on Sunday tomorrow at the same time, we are going to talk about the contribution of the Red Army and Ketiba Banat. We are going alphabetically next Saturday at 6. We'll come also and talk about the Eastern Equatoria, then Jungule on Sunday. And we'll continue to the 10 state like that. So before we go forward, I think we have to fix time so then we can let everyone in the stage. General Biel did not spoke yet. Tongjang did not finish what he's saying. General Kaleman is here. William is spoke well. Adiang, now you put it correctly. I have someone here actually was making comment, general, I think he's a general, James Kong. He was making comment on Facebook. So he called me on Messenger, and I want him to make comment. Then General Tongjang can finish, and we go to General Kelemen before we go to General Biel, because General Biel, I think he will talk a little bit. We have to go to General Kelemen and let him finish. He give us his contribution. But let me give chance to General Kong, James Kong. Welcome and thank you, by the way, for actually making comment and calling. Go ahead, General James Kong.
Thank you, brother. I'm not a general, you know. I'm civilian.
All of you guys are general. I'm the one. I'm civilian.
But we grew up in the SPLM, SPLA, my friend. We went very young children, you know. And my contribution will be very limited. The topic is also very limited. It's about the contribution of our brothers from Central Equatoria. And, you know, there is no, Mafi record that shows in the field numbers, Central Equatoria, let's say that Bari, or that Fajulu, or that Bita Kuku, or that Mundari, or that Njangora, Jebe number Kabir. The only group that can Jebe number Kabir, thou let Bita Mundari. So, Mishi the Rabon Fujima, Rajau, woman, the national government to Kaji, by the way. Can come on to where.
Let you continue.
Lementarabon Fujima, Jabom, Buma, Jabom, Kaboita, Torit, Lemon Musho, the Kajaki. Yana Zadum, Bentiu. They became the first. When Guru Kama, Wanika Min Bedri, Misha, Mozumaka, they went there too. So, Lauleta Mundara, I don't know what is the way Yabuga guy town. The Arman can Jabun in the Medan. Mind of Kobar, they were very young boys who mind of Naskobar Kan Musulin, El Bedder Baragam, you couldn't Kobar. Who told where I come in Nasa, you told Cantabla, Stadium, Magotan. So they participated in capture Kajaki. After Kajaki, they deserted much of the Kibileta Mundari. And then they became that force with a Kalaman Konga, Mishi, Joy, one Konga, Misha, convinced them or they joined him. So, there's no way that we deny, you know, any community didn't contribute to his of the time. No, every single community contribute very highly. They didn't contribute. Mafi, there's no way. Especially the book for Istawaye, we do contribution around that Istawaye. Remember, Lemon B, when they ran, Wagre, Musifi Kaboita. It was a disaster, my friend. لما كان اولاد المدار اولاد بتاع الدبوس SPLM ما كانوا to join the SPLM. It was a disaster. Yeah, it was a disaster. So the SPLM to reinvent يعني you have to have a president بتاع اولاد المنطقه عشان تقعد في المنطقه. So يعني contribution حتى لو بسيط is very much appreciated. يعني whoever try to deny ما في زول كده وكده كده ما دي contribute this one mind علاقه بحس تاسي this one be interest تاعه براو بس بعد ما خلاص SPLM نجح ولا whatever. Now it become a different issue now. It become a different issue. So أولاد أصله كتير contributed أما كلام بين يعني الجدل بتاع وانيكا وألفريد أدوغوري. Yeah, Alfred Lado was وحضر شيروان مع ريك مشاور من just on the same day. They went to شيروان. Then they were promoted majors. لأن الزمن ده في زمن تاع SPLM في البداية if you are a PhD holder بيعملوك major. If you are a medical doctor بيعملوك captain. لكن the rest انت عندك ماجستير في قانون ولا تكون captain. Unless there is a special consideration. So واني لما مشى طبعا هو حضر هو من مرمور وحضر شيلتو وطلع ملازم اول في البدايه. Then he was promoted captain. من كابتن يعود في هاي كمان. طبعا هاي كمان ده مكتب سياسي. I don't know why Grant choose Waniga. We leave it to John Grant. We don't know why. Maybe Waniga ma Alfred Lado they came from a Barrier tribe. I don't know why he chose Waniga. Maybe Alfred Lado was very confrontational. يعني زوجة مواجهة. يمكن Grant زوجة مواجهة.
I think that would be justification. That is justification.
I don't know the reason why he chose Waniga. But at least Junubi, he deserved it. So the same thing, Marik Mashar Malama, Korik Madam Nurawi, in that Bentu, for the Rad Minu. It didn't want Wilson Kurba Rad Minu. And Lokana Demir, John Garum will choose for door while Wilson Kurshol Minareta Farian. Gail cannot the Marik Mashar. Again, he choose Rik Mashar. And then Zolde Lama Kon, few watching Kawish Muhajir. كان بقى وزير الصراحه يعني ده
الفريد أكوج
الله يخليك يا اخوي. وفي واحد ثاني برضه على اسلوب برضه جاي ورا سينيور لما اكون ليفن مور لكن
ابن بكنا موم was senior in the SPLM in Lama Kolia.
Yes فكان لما اكون
it's true
yeah it's true but لما من جاء لما مشي ميدان he didn't attend any single ميدان بتاع SPLM يعني ما لو عنده مجموعه يكون مجموعه بتاع زلزال لأن من جاء من السودان وابتر كوكدام he joined the SPLA قاعد في أديس من أديس وده في كوبا training لما جاء وكده خلاص يا زلزال قاعد يقف في الميدان عنده كتيبة شمس وكتيبة دانيال شوك عشان يدور لشمال النيل وبقى قاعد لشمال النيل so في هذا الشيء كان هذا منه but we don't know why Grant chose him because of education or is because of his political background or whatever reason you choose him, but at the end, you know that he contribute like anybody. So the swali couldn't contribution to Nazil. How much did he contribute to the struggle Nazil? Then you couldn't swal that. Yes, you can promote somebody, but how much he contribute by the promotion without. Thank you.
interjection يا جماعة. أنا دي interjection بسيط بس 1 minute.
Okay, تفضل يا تفضل أديان go ahead.
يا جماعة كلام زول كلام قبل شوية ده what is his name؟ اسمه منو؟
اسمه جيمس كونغ.
قال كلام كويس. appreciate that. why؟ كلامه صح. ناس كبار بيتكلم كلام حقيقة وبتقول I see that. So if that is the case يا جماعة central كده eastern Equatoria بقولوا شنو ده؟ جاب تاك بويد ده الكان قالوا شنو؟ الكان قالوا Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria, Western Equatoria. Wait, Mashi. Wait, we talking? Are you guys hearing me? Yes. Okay. Eastern Equatoria, the man for down. And we go. Taban we love here. The cool general electrician, that's in market. This general, we earn it. We don't buy it. Like Nazita, the militia, we just buy your starter food in your head and keep going. But Eastern Equatoria, I'm one of them. Even Najara Tongjang Bahar Jamadel, who are established Eastern Equatoria to be Eastern Equatoria. There was no SPLM, SPLA there. There's no SPLA there. Zero, zero. Unkaga Nadino Kef, when machine of Eastern Equatoria, machine as Zaman Savida can gal to show a general father. Gal Jamal Mashikan Kitiba Kide. And I'm one of them. I went there in 1985. Okay? I was a surgeon in 1985. Can you imagine? I had Kabada in 1983. Okay. If I was a surgeon in 1985, it means we are the founders. Zamanda Gaswell Mindu Ganunza, Waja can get a Baguna Gadi Mafi. Loguta Kata Zoltan Budana Kata. Obadawa to High Command El Bulushu. The Lagna Nas Yongara Monas, Munuda, can't be Nadikum Bulikaba. Dala, Managal. Nadona case. There, you will. Gali Anyanya too. The Munija Kuna. And I went my just a belletary. Voila, Java, this is sound funny. But I was there. It's not a movie, it's not a Facebook, it's not a clubhouse. It's real. Zenov Sendin is a friend Bugulni Jalava. Jalava, Java. I got it now. But I got a manager Gul and Azal Mamasha. People don't believe it. Think that I guess, but I don't guess. I was there. So a tab the Kulu. What will we get paid now? Zero. We disappointed. Famalish. Almem. They are a good look the Mr. Kalamda. You know, the machine, the Eastern Equatoria. Zola can over command. Can Mono tire Biora Jack. Ziel Marhom. No. Can Yashigami Ashru over command. Tire Biora Jack can second to command. Okay? And then Marhom Martin Manuel is third command. Gormadu was the fourth. You see? Uda Gua Dokulu, Izol in the Gua without Dokulu, the Alpha Kumsumia, Maratain, the Dark, Tamidam Alf, Hamsal Falagar, Jita, Gilimash. There, when Buma, the Harka Poida, Nazis and Majimitari, it's a lot of power. Like here, Laman was Selna, Nazil Vanadina, Nazina, and two to Daddy Chilubata. It was really insanity. Nazal Masha will move it, Logan Soro, Ujabu, people will hear something. By that time, another kind of Victoria participation, the Kalamtana Barao. Do you know these people? Alcanas with the Eastern Bank, Eastern Equatoria, then Amunu, then I'll move us. Ita can mark with a first of all. Let us talk here. Now it's 8 something, but 9 o'clock evening. Now we can imagine we go. Alcan actor Dawla Denka, let me tell you. You see, yes. I'm sorry to inform you that. Because Iran will be the commander of the Kalamna, Kalamusa. 100%.
Yeah, General Adiang. Actually, let me stop here because next Saturday we are going to talk about Jungule, and we are going by state. And you are right. Any contribution, like you said. No. No, Kalama Kulu sa. Anina good machine by line. And later we are talking about the Central Equatoria, okay? And next
Central Equatoria. Let me go Pacific. Edward. Pacific. Central Equatoria, they make participation. Why not? Mufasha, okay? Utapang. Then Almunu. Don't you will think why that? Okay? I can give them credit.
Then I Eastern Equatoria.
Then I Eastern Equatoria.
Man, I Central Equatoria. The family Muxas, then I Eastern Equatoria.
Yeah, Eastern Equatoria. You must be the guy at the same time.
Lala, I don't deny anybody credit for the guy. I do not deny.
Yeah, let me
rest my case here. We just focus on Central Equatoria. Eastern Equatoria will come, not Martin Mayer, not Nyashigaki, and Shiluk, not Tyre Bior, East Central Equatoria.
Exactly.
And that's why I was talking about Wani and Alfred Ladogori. Eastern Equatoria will go next.
General Tongjang, let me give you 5 minutes to continue, then we go to General Biel. Tongjang, I want you to finish what you were saying because we cut you off. Are you there?
So, yes, I'm here. The Central Equatoria.
Ya jamana do figa fizo lindu haja, just write it down. And when Tongyang finish, and then the Benedi Kulu Zolashan, ma na Berkilo is about it. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, Central Equatoria, when the SPLA went there 1987, was Shakui Battalion. Shakui Battalion, majority of them, they were non-Equatorian. Nuer, Denka, majority of them, like Task Force 1, was entire all at Gajag. So if you take them to Upper Nile, they're going to desert it and they go to Gajag area and they relax with the gun. So they were foot with John Kong Yuan, and John Kong, when he married from Ye, military, totally military, Anyanya 1, and was Sudanese army. So it was given to Wani. Wani was trained as a rebel, but did not have no military regulatory minded. And so that's why it was given to some who are very strong militarily, like John Kong Yuan, like Nad Magara Chek, Nad Abraham Dan Manyok, Nad Makorlwal, Nad Edward Zakaria, and those who were with already gained experience in Equatorial 1985. People like Scopus Kenyi Laboro, like John Bai Bai, like Abraham Wani, Nad Robin Quest, those from Moro. Yeah, they were put to aim. Central Equatoria, in any region in SPLA, there is contribution. To bring army, you need children of that area. Now, Tondo, they were there to know the area. They were giving Srai, even they were not Agdam, they were giving to keep Syria. And you can have somebody from another area, a commander of Syria, Mulazmawal, or a captain, but you need someone native here, know from village to village, roads and all these. You need those people. So contribution, no wrong. I bring up the rivalry within. Alfred Ladogori, what kept him down, it was mentally independent. He will have second opinions. And John Garang don't want that. Wani come from Egypt. And Wani, that time Garang used, even if you look visit of SPLA, how many times Wani go to Egypt? When Garang tried to isolate Khartoum by being a friend with Egypt, he sent those Egyptian graduates, not Yukuj Baraj, not James Wani. Wani beats Egypt many times. So those are things. Alfred Lado is kind of hard temper, but is a military-minded guy. Don't tolerate no nonsense. Those people, they don't get along with our late commander, Dr. Garang. You can see the same thing. If you're mentally independent, you not follow what Garang said sometime, Garang can undermine your seniority. The same like a Duok Nyaba. Medical doctor is always in SPLA is captain. A PhD is studied with alternate commander, a major or more. And you see how a Duok Nyaba start with the captain. You can see Dr. Richard K. Muller start with captain, PhD elders. And there are some people who did not have a master degree and they start with the captain. And captain is for a medical doctor, master degree with really high, brilliant minded. But medical doctor, they start with the captain. Master degree, some of them, they start with the captain or Malazma will. You don't know. So this is what happened. At the time, it was not a master degree, but it's a bachelor. But to need Central Equatoria in the middle of enemy, somehow you got to put something. And those late rank that have been abused. Most people, there are high ranking. How they get there, it was the leadership of Gang. But some, they were really. Dr. Lama Call, before he came into SPLA, used to recruit people when he was in Khartoum, has recruited people. And that time also, justification, you need a PhD. If you go to a Kokadam or before anything studied in SPLA and Suria, people and Lama called Naz Yusuf Ko, Naz Riak Machar, they were needed and they were young, intellectual, spoke tempestuous, and they were very, very disciplined, quiet before they have differences with the Garang. At the situation at the time, you need those people there. People like Yusuf Ko Maki, Lama Kol, Riak Machar, or Wani, you need them. Lam also fought war. When you go there, even in last operation in 1991 in Maban,
General Adiang was with Lam. Lam was overall commander, and that area have two high command. They have Lam, they have Martin Manuel. When we come from 1989 from Bentiu, when Riyak came, so Riyak took that northern Upper Nile and Bentiu. Bentiu was still under Riyak. Even when we were fighting Malut, Riyak was a commander in northern Upper Nile and western Upper Nile. And Lam and Riyak, Lam and Martin Manuel, they were put in Maban to fight there, and Lam was in charge. When Manuel got sick, Manuel left, was sent to hospital in Addis Ababa, and they went to Kenya, and movement is split in 1991. Lam, no matter what differences with the Lam, because Lam don't take nonsense from nobody. He realizes he's intelligent. Lam, when he was commanding troops, you might doubt him for his no experience, but Lam know what he's doing. He can give order very short than other people. In what he read in his career, Lam can do it. But in a political thing, people hated him somehow, and I totally understand. Lam have his own mouth. He's not a guy you can throw something and he cannot respond. I know Dr. Lam. Yeah, Arak fought war, brilliant. No problem about it. Arak, William Yuan, John Kulang fought, and Galaria Madi, Wena Code. You cannot question nothing about them. You cannot question them. People like Nat Pagan, Deng, Nadwod, Maichal, Islam, you cannot question Nat Rambang. Rambang, when they swept ordered to read and the board, they ended up with his own battalion, NATO, Agustina NATO. He captured Pangak and he captured Ayut. And when thing brigade come and overwhelming and seize Pangak with a weapon, when we capture enemy with their weapon, it's not a big deal. When the enemy come and overwhelming you, no reinforcement, at the time we were in Bentiu. And Biel Torke is stuck in Panga, Kwalmanyang cannot reinforcement him. Other people, they cannot reinforcement him. How are we going to handle Boakar and Ilya? They come to a Babur and they come in road and Biel there with only small numbers. Whether NATO, whether Mia Kamsa, remnant of the Benson Coin Larger, when enemy overpower people, it become a problem and Abiel was condemned to death. His rank was taken away from alternate commander, almost to be commander, and was sent to death. Thank John Garang intervened. Abiel was stripped from alternate commander to Malazim Sania, from Tiger to Msa. And there are some people that were stripped when they went to war and they cannot achieve militarily. People like Nadarena Yang, now they are lieutenant general. So injustice in SPLM you cannot deny. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Tongjang. Before I go to General, a minute. Before I go to General Biel, there is interjection from James Kong here. Then I will go to Jeremiah. Then I will go to General Demand. Yes, Tongjang.
Okay. I want to add Tongjang. There is a show, Tongjang is very conversant with the SPLM history. There's no question about that. But there's some malumat who can is not aware of them. Waniga, Gam in Juba, Majid and Moser. Gam in Juba, or Sherman in Juba, Talam in Juba, who mentioned the Torit, the Kabueta, Yara mentioned the Kenya, and then he flew from Kenya to Ethiopia. For Willem Nezel Marketiba Beta Shakuze Mogano, who are a zonal commander to Equatoria Kulu. And then الزول اللي وراه ده كان واحد مولات عبور نسيت اسمه مش ماتلي كجي اسمه I don't know والله I forget his name.
His name is Makorlual Katiba Rai. His name is Makorlual, commander of Katiba Rai in Korean.
No, ما Makorlual this is family. I أنا بعرف بشخصيا.
From Darmanyok, because he come from Bongo, Makorlual was a deputy of Wani. And Kong Yuan was operational commander.
John Kong Yaga del Katiba. The same thing that I'm with them and Wani, Lemon Yusuf, Mishi Jibanuba, Mishi Magara, Chief, our Gypsy Bitao. Yeah. Elite on top, the old guy is Katiba. Yeah. So, الأكاديمية في SPLM طبعا it really messed up, to be honest with you. يعني it was messed up, but ما يشوف ما أكاديمية يشوف contribution أنا زي بعد ما زول رادو واني في southern barrier في central Equatoria تبلع ده المفروض يكون التوفيق كله ده you compare him مع ألفريد لادو غوري. قرن طبعا movement he has tried to whom to promote يعني whom to promote. So ده الكلام يقول واني قام من جوبا مش بتوريد يلا مش لكينيا ومش قام هناك. اما القوه جمع عربتهم اللي هو اولاد على كور كله اولاد موسم اولاد على كور هم جمع ما جزء اسمه كلار مدي اورينيان هم ده كان بيش بقى كازو سموهم تنجلين كتيب اسمه تنجلين.
شكرا جزيلا. شكرا جيمس كونغ. Before I go to General Biel وانا معايا quad, let me go to Jeremiah into interrogation. Jeremiah, go ahead.
Thank you, brother. It seems we don't have actually people from Central Equatoria, and we are talking about their participation and contribution in the SPLM. And I would like us to concentrate, just to concentrate on the topic. Yes. What Central Equatorian people did in the SPLA. Yeah. So let us just concentrate on that one. We know is that what we know from those generals who were active in combat mission. General Thomas Shirilo is one of them. General Jadala is one of them. Iskofos is one of them. Then Alfred Goro is one of them. These are the people who were visible during the combat mission. And General Thomas Shirilo and Jadala, SPLA was relying on them during the second attack on Juba on the 7th of July 1992. They did a lot. From inside Juba, even after the Juba failed to be captured. Now, when we talk about the contribution of the tribe, first of all, the tribes contribute with the manpower and logistics. When it comes to logistics, people of Central Equatoria, their resources or whatever they had been helpful for the SPLA during the operation. They provide food, they provide anything like any other civilian contribution in other area. As I said last time, civil population contributions is the same all over South Sudan. It's uniform. Because we know it is about what goat cow in some other areas. But when it comes to Central Equatoria, there were no more goats, there were no more cows. They normally have a lot of chicken, Bombay, Babre, and all this type of Dura, So they were having a lot of food. They produced more food. Babre, Bombay, there are a lot of them. So in Juba operations, SPLA was depending on reliefs. And I could remember Mario Mormor. He was late. Gerald Mario Mormor was the one in charge of logistics during Juba operation. But sometimes people do go and get into the civilian areas and they get food from there. That happens sometimes. So they feed the people, they feed the SPLA. Civil population of Equatorian, they contribute food. Now, when it comes to resources, I can remember there is a place called Payam in southern Bari. That place is a gold area. So SPLA has been mining that gold for years to support the movement. And the gold is regulated by the SPLA. So the civilians that did not interfere, they respect SPLA, SPLMs as a government. They did not interfere. And that gold had been mined by the SPLA for the benefit of the SPLM and SPLA to run the movement. That is contribution also. The resources had been used to fight the war against the regime. And then during the operations within Juba, because Juba is in central Equatoria, most in 1992, the first attack on Juba in June, and the second attack on Juba in July, the same 1992. Most of the SPLA soldiers were trapped inside Juba. So they managed to come out through the help of the civil population, the help a lot. That is the contribution we have to appreciate those of Central Equatoria. And those officers, 28 officers, which were assassinated inside Juba, and elsewhere, those who were not army, most of them were from Central Equatoria, because Jadala and Thomas Shiriro, they are from Central Equatoria. So attack on Juba had been blamed on Central Equatoria officers, those who rebel, and they rebel. So Central Equatorians, they were the victim of the war of 1992, attack on Juba 1992. So they paid a very heavy price there. These are the things we should talk about. Because the area is within Central Equatoria, they had been victimized by those of Shemidin. And the main bottle, the mother of all bottle, were fought in Juba, Central Equatoria. Forget about the one of Turit, one of Kopoeda, one of what. The main one was in Juba, where SPLA had more than 8,000 combat troops attacking Juba at the same hour, as I said last time. So Central Equatorian people, they suffered much. Those who are in the combat and even the civilian. Now, when SPLA failed to capture Juba, then SPLA had took up defense position around Juba. Now, those civilians who were close to Juba, one day, 10 hours, 15 hours out of Juba, they evacuated their villages because of shelling, air raid, all type of fighting were there. Majority forces, there is a called NIF, National Fundamentalist Army, and SAF, Sudan Army Forces. They have been combined together and sent to Juba. You know, Juba airport last time, those days, was very busy. Military aircraft are landing. All the jet fighters in Sudan, they were brought there. So, that fighting had displaced population from Central Equatoria. Now, that fighting, it went up to Ashwa, some kilometers to Numili. It displaced civilians right away from Kit up to Ashwa area, that is Madi area. Where the government failed to capture it, it was Numili. The population who were just there, they ran to Uganda. They left their land because of those conflicts. These are the things we're supposed to talk about. But they were still standing with the SPLA. They were standing with SPLA wholehearted during those days. Now, the first attack on Juba and second attack on Juba, all the wounded heroes whom had been wounded in these two attacks on Juba, they were taken to Kejikeji. Because that area was very peaceful, according to, it's very peaceful area. Because those people, Kuku, they were very peaceful people. So all wounded soldiers, they were taken to Kejikeji. And then they were kept there. So when there is no food sometime in SPLA, they hit the civilian food. They go to villages, they are given food and all this. That was the contribution of the Central Equatorian people. Now, when it comes to in all the units, you cannot dismiss that children and daughters, son and daughters of Central Equatorians were not there in all units of the SPLA. One cannot remember, but every unit of the SPLA, they were there. They were contributing there. Being a signal unit, combat engineer, and also a medical corps. Now, they contributed in medical corps very much because Kaikeji had been made as the main hospital for treating wounded soldiers. Medicine that are taken from Kaikeji up to around Juba. Some of them that are treated there, then their wound got ill, and then they are not brought back. But those who have broken bones, they used to be taken back. Now there were two doctors there. There is someone called is one of the senior commanders also. I forgot whether he was lieutenant commander or captain last time. I don't know. Dr. Kato is called Kato. By the time when I was in KKG, he died in KKG around 1993 when he died. Because I went to KKG on mission. And that mission finished, then I went back to around Juba. Dr. Kato was the one who had been facilitating treatment of the SPLA around Juba. So he did very well. He was with Dr. Atem from Bor. So his contribution was very good. He made hospital very clean for the soldiers, for wounded one. So that was contribution of Equatorial. And there were many nurses, medical assistants working with him. The rest, all of them were Equatorian, except Dr. Atem, who was not from Central Equatoria. But the rest, those who are managing hospital, they were from Central Equatoria. Now, that is one of the contribution. People of Central Equatoria, they contributed. I can remember when we failed to destroy Juba Bridge around April 1988. Then we came back with CNC to a place called Premsiga. We found one of the battalion called Mengil battalions. That battalion was full of Mandare guys, son of Mandari. And when it come to someone mentioned before, the Mandarius guys, they were one who liberated Kajikeji. If you could have been hearing about Isaiah Paul, Sabami commander, Isaiah Paul, he was about to come to capture Kajikeji. But the troops destroyed really Isaiah Paul until he went with what called Sunura to Uganda. He ran just like that. Were from Mandaris. Most of the combat troops destroyed Isaiah Paul convoy or troops were Mandari. But they were not having commanders. They were commanded by different tribes. Because SPLA in those days was not operating on tribal basis. Was operating based on experience and ability of those commanders. But later, that was a very good contribution. They defeated Isaiah Paul, but due to some other issues in the movement, maybe, or Parliament, Wani Konga had called them back to go to Terkeke. All of them, they deserted SPLA. They went to Terkeke. And what I witnessed, when we attacked Juba in 1992, when we failed to capture Juba, we started calling them Aringa. General Kelemen Wane Konga was convened by Sudan, by the Sudanese government, because he was having 4 militias in Terkeka, including those who left SPLA. He was convened to intervene in defending Juba. Then what he did, he came to Juba with these 4,000. And they were the one who defeated us around Juba. I could remember, anyone from SPLA, if you can hear, there were a lot of artillery captured in 1992 in Juba under the command of General Vera Jamdut. Those Mandaris guys were the one who captured. Yep. They left Juba at night, on foot, and because Vera Jamdut was in charge of Estoro, Amadi, Marabawan, or something of that kind. Those areas. He and Jongrang. So, they made tactics, then they managed to, they confuse our troops. They confuse him, then they made attack in the front, then they attacked the artillery behind, and they captured the artillery. I can remember that day. It was a very bad day for SPLA. Even the Sudan Army forces started firing up everywhere, bullet in the air at night because of that finish. And General Oyai, the zonal commander or director of operation, because Jongaranga left, he did not tell the rest of the army. Even we were just close to him. Didn't. This thing has been kept secret. The people were surprised at night. All the military bases in Juba, they were firing into the air. Then people started thinking, no, what happened? Were people there? Were some people somewhere attacking them? But no, why the bullets are going to the air? It was because of that finish they captured the artillery of the SPLA, many of them, and that led to the SPLA to evacuate until we come to a place called Jebel Chonkola, then Jebel Aina. We stayed there for almost from July up to around October or November there, when they captured Jebel Chonkola. Later, there were some of the troops joined them, because I can remember, we captured one of the enemy troops, enemy soldier. Then when he was captured, he got lost. The troop came, they attacked, they were chased by the SPLA. Then that guy was thinking that they captured Jebel Chonkola. Then he was just coming with what they call him, put it on his back, just walking. Then he was stopped by the SPLA. Then when he realized SPLA and then he started saying, so people laugh. There were a lot of daggers there. People laugh, and then his gun was taken. Then his name, even I don't know other name. People call him Dong Abiy. And then later he found just his innocent guy, was a young guy. There was a guy from Latugo, a late General Fir Okerek. He took that guy to be his bodyguard. The one called Dong Abiy, because he just was innocent. So, then again, we need to come to there was a general called General Martin, but I am not sure about he's from from Madi. I am not sure. I am not.
It's from Central Equatoria, Martin King.
Is it from Madi?
I think is Pajulu or Kuku, Martin King.
From Madi is from Madi, Martin King.
So,
yeah,
okay.
He's saying, yeah, actually.
Is Madi?
Yeah, James
Martin
saying
King
is
is
Madi.
Madi.
Is Madi, yes.
Yeah. So Central Equatorian people, they contributed faithfully to the SPLA. Now when it comes to religious base or church leaders or Christians, like Bishop Peter Taban is from Madi, isn't it?
Yes.
I think he's from Madi.
Is Latuka.
Yeah, he's saying it's Madi.
He's from Madi.
He's Madi. Now why did I bring him? Because when people contributed from all the angles. Civil population were divided, Christian denominations, and then we have all of them are civilian, but that is how they contribute. So why am I bringing the church contribution through Bishop Frida Taban? It is also to be noted, because when you do something during the struggle, so your name also had to be mentioned, because your family they want to hear that. We cannot deny right of anyone or forget anyone. So Frida Taban, he was the first bishop who joined SPLA. Just imagine, how can the bishop join the rebel? He said he could not leave the civil population. He is after the civil population. But now, since he is a southerner, he didn't want the way people have been suffering. And when the religious conference, when it comes to the bishop conference in East Africa or wherever, he is the one who used to report. He's the only bishop in SPLA controlled areas who used to make a concise report, an accurate report on what is going on inside South Sudan. His report is different from the bishop who normally come from the north and then they meet the conference. He's the one who used to brief those who used to bishop or other religious group who used to live from the government controlled areas to East African Bishop Conference. They rely on Fritz Raban. So that bishop, he fought a lot. He contributed a lot. Through him, the many religious groups or churches, Catholic, had supported people. Then in terms of Christianity, they were doing good. You cannot say that this is good. People were committed. So he managed to mobilize all the Christians against the war. He clarified that we will have enough, a NIF, National Islamic Front. And then this war, this will become a religious war. So he convened people from inside the SPLA control areas, beyond to East Africa and to the world. So his report has a bishop from Central Equatoria, and he was the only bishop in the SPLA control area. It was very good for the people of Central Equatoria. They are proud of it. So these are the things also we have to remember. Now, what I want to say about when we argue about the Jemezwani dominated the today topic, what we know, SPLA is divided into two. We all know. We have military wing and political wing. John Garang, if he sees you are more politically and you are junior, he will promote you to be in the political wing of the movement. And you will be one of the members of military political high command. It was not following the seniority. For example, when it comes to Shuluk, the most senior person in Shuluk those days was Francis Jang Bong. Yes. He captured especially in 1986, after Buma. And then Dr. Lam joined movement even after Professor Yang Bong captured Fashola. And then he was a battalion commander. Now, if it comes to the seniority, he could have been promoted high command because we only should look in the rank of high command was Dr. Lam. So Francis could have taken that position if it is by seniority. But Dr. John was looking for those who have political ideas, and Dr. Lam, the way he was working before joining the movement, everybody was aware. He risked his life by giving sensitive information of the movement. And even when he joined the SPLA, he joined the SPLA in the conference. It's a very, very unique joining. So that one really made him to be qualified. Even he's a lecturer and PhD holder. So there's no way to put the Professor Jiang Bong in military political high command and leaving Dr. Lam. Otherwise, he could have put them together. But he didn't like that. That was what happened. So people talk about promotion in the SPLA. The criteria of promoting those one with certificate or with document, those who graduated. In SPLA, whenever you come in all the cadets, those who completed Sudan Senior Secondary School and have certificate, when they go to cadet, they are promoted to second lieutenant. Yes. And those who have degree, they are promoted to first lieutenant. Now, when it comes to the doctors, they are given rank of captain. Now, let me tell you something here. Those of that were group one platoon were the one when they were in training center were the one were the defense. When we left, when Dr. John ordered our commander Biaratem, when we went to Gilo, we let General Kuala move. Biaratem that you have to move with Jajamer, go. There is a place called, he didn't mention it, but he said, you read on me, and I go dikum mel, it died never be bet. He said in the Denga language. Then we were surprised. What is bet? It died never be bet. He was meaning Lake Turkana in Marangafi. We were moved from Gilo, telling us we are going there, then he's going to open the school. So, what I want to say, when we arrived in Jabarat, we left Jabarat, then we reached a certain place called Korshum. That place called Korshum, named by Denga called Korpekok. That place were the one who started it. It was bush. We cut trees and make it a base there. We found there were groups. Those who rebelled from Mamosebeni to fight Mamosebeni, they went to the SPLA area and talked to Dr. John Garang and told Dr. John Garang the Mabir to give them guns to go and fight Mamosebeni. So they were put around Rat there, Jibarat. So we were there with them. They have their own base and we have our own base. Now later, we found Kuala Lumpur was in charge there, was with us. Now we found that they brought a platoon. In that platoon, they were politicians. Then they were trained there in Korshum, and their training was completed in Koragrom. Among them was the former Panel governor, Daniel Cornetio, was among them. Richard Kaimulo, Dr. Rachul Marial, Dr. Carlo Medud, a lot of doctors, those of Yasser Rahman. There were a lot of them. I've forgotten their name. We were the defense. Now, when we reached Koragrom, they were graduated. Everybody was, they were graduated in Nyachegret. In Nyachegret, when Dr. John was planned to attack Popoida, at They were given their rank. They were graduated. They were given uniform, and all of them were made captain. Now I don't know who was a PhD holder there, who was a master degree holder there, and who was a medical doctor there. We don't know, but all of them were made captain. K. Muller was a PhD. Yeah, all of them they were promoted to the rank of captain there. So there were about more than 50. And even that there was an incident occurred one day from me. So there was a shower. No, it was the moral came, and then we ran into, because there were no houses. They were having one tent. All of them they were having tent. One tent for Kolamu and one tent for them. All of them they are there. So after the rain, because we used to put our gun inside a small just grass, made it like a house like this, to put the gun and back there. So after the rain, then I went inside, and then they were infrared. So my gun was wet a bit. I tried I removed the magazine. Then I just tried to check the gun whether what. So what happened? The bullet went in, and my hand touched the trigger. Then it went poof. What we call manira. It missed them. They were standing there. So it was very good, what I can remember. So this is the policy. Secondary school certificate people they are given second lieutenant, grade 1. They are given first lieutenant, something to do with PhD, medical doctor, governor, and masters. They are promoted to captain. But I got lost. So from here, I would like to stop here, but let us concentrate exactly about the contribution of the people of Central Equatoria. This is what we're supposed to bear in our mind. So thank you. I would like to end here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Janet Jeremiah. And that actually supposed to be like that. And I hope the coming Everton King tomorrow, Red Army, and next Saturday will be going to Eastern Equatoria, which we should follow the way you put it exactly. Actually, we remain with King 1 hour to close the show. Let me give chance to General Biel, and then we'll come and give final contribution to each of you guys, so we close the room, prepare ourselves for the one for tomorrow. General Biel, welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Comrade Edward, for this opportunity for us to actually answer the very question that when the movement started, it started by division breaking through. That's why Dr. John put it in the manifesto that because we are committed to unity of Sudan, the first bullet of SPLA was not shot against the Sudanese army, but the first bullet was shot within the SPLA separatists within the movement. That means it's a wrong start because we start by fighting ourselves, and all these symptoms that are coming up, that is the result of this negative attitude of our own self. The debate was, other people think that the movement should have been corrected long ago. And then many people think that if we start doing that, war is not an easy thing. If we decide to correct the movement before we get to what we want, then we will lose the direction and we will never make it to the promised land. Now, we got South Sudan 18 years ago because the first time that we got our responsibility, we got our budget to prioritize what we were struggling for, which is what type of South Sudan that we wanted. When we have the budget, we should have started with our priorities because we stay too long before we get the ability to do what we want. Now that what's facing us now, other people think that there are better people than others. It means that if there are people who fought the war that covers even the traitors who were fighting us with the government, if they come from the same people who are claiming to be liberators, even somebody who is part of Northern Sudan's successive government will claim that it's better than people who spent 40 years in the bushes. This is a wrong assumption. This is actually a very terrible disease. And if we want to tackle it, this is the right time now, because many of us who were thinking that let us get South Sudan first, then the question of what type of South Sudan that we were dying for will be the right question at the right time. Now, when we talk about Central Equatoria, the other time when we talk about Chulu contributions, we said the movement doesn't care about what do you contribute, like as if we are creating country of whom do you know, not what do you know. It is not what you do. It is actually who knows you. And this is a very terrible situation that the human being cannot build on that for next generation to separate our own mindset. It is better now we correcting from here. If you live a lie, somebody lying every day, and you leave it to lie, that lie will be believed as it is the truth. So this forum is not bad at all. Even though there are no people of Central Equatoria today, they may complain later on that why don't you consult us first? We should have given more information than what you have heard or what you have provided by other people who are guessing our contribution from outside because they have seen it in the movement. Myself, I was having a question of there's a lady who was broadcasted by somebody called Abu Babu, the South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation, after referendum. They said that this lady hung herself because she felt that after voting, she found that she voted for unity and she decided to hang herself. It doesn't matter how the result will come. Even if we get South Sudan without our vote, she should be okay with that, but she decided to take her life. That was a big deal. I believe now nobody knows her name because there should have been something about her name that we should have heard. And if we begin to count out our contributions, put them correct, it is our own duty to look for this lady, her name, because the broadcasting was done in Juba, and she hung herself in Juba. Let us assume that he come from Central Equatoria, even if he come outside Central Equatoria from other part of Equatoria. I think this one, let it be our mission to find out who is she, what is her name, did she have children? I think this is my suggestion. I think this is a better concern. It should be what you call a woman heroine nationalism, women of South Sudan. So again, Central Equatoria, as other people talk about their contribution after the formation of the SPLM, there's a big thing that we missed, that what brought us suffering up to this year, which is Addis Ababa Agreement. Idi Amin, when it came to power, he was brought to power by World Council of Churches. There's a group of pastors calling themselves White Fathers after they were kicked out of Sudan by Abud. Then they went and formed that organization in Rome. They have raised by then about $12 million to bring peace to South Sudanese Christians, whom were handed over to Islamic administration by Western powers in the Cold War era, because the Arabs and Islamic nation pledged to support the Western world in the Cold War. So the Islamic interests and Arab interests should be preserved by the Western world worldwide. One of them is a Jewish state that was voted in 1922 by the League of Nations that shall be a Jewish state that shall be constituted in a Palestine for Jewish people. Then British was put in charge. When British already messed Sudan up, he brought the North and the South under one umbrella, under Anglo-Egyptian for the first time. When British was put in charge of the Palestine to implement Jewish states, he went and found that even Arab descendants cannot get along because of ideological differences, leave alone that racism. Then British felt that the Anglo-Egyptian felt that they committed a crime by putting Southern Sudanese under Northern Sudanese. So they come and give us close district policy. Then we were given our own status quo for 25 years. After the Second World War, what do you call hard Truman cantonment policy? You heard about Juba Conference. Juba Conference, other people misconceived that we were given a choice. No, we were not given a choice. That one was cooked somewhere else in something called Baghdad Park, 1947 February. So we already, the closed district policy was abolished in Baghdad Park in February. So when they call us in June, it was formality. It is already decided because to favor or buy Islamic and Arab support. What the Christian did, they raised money. They hired somebody called Steiner. Steiner, they were the one training Anyanya. Because the border was closed, then within the Ugandan army was urged by the church to take over the government of Milton Obote and open a corridor for South Sudan. Because the U.S. government was spending $107 million a year to fight, to support northern government fighting Christian in the south. So the church itself raised about 12 million. I have that document. We need to have this. Because all this, that's what brought us this one. And if without knowing where we were wrong, then we will not come out of this mess. We will go to mess after another one. The people in Central Equatoria, when Amin claimed that he has no army, a sizable army within the Ugandan army, the church promised that we will bring you army in South Sudan. So 500 Kakwa was trained in Awenkabon. I have that document. Anybody who wants it. Like Edward, I will send you. If you don't have that document, I will send it to you. You will see it. So 500 Kakwa plus what Idi Amin had within the Ugandan army make it different. But before Amin to take over, connect church with the Amin government, somebody who coordinate Amin with the church, his name is Steiner, who was training Anyanya in Upper Nile because they were supporting what you call Anyidi government. This person was captured by CIA with the help of Ugandan, then he was sent to Khartoum, to Nimeri. So Nimeri should ship side from Eastern Bloc to Western world. These people of Idi Amin, after Steiner were captured, they already had their own plan to take over the government. There was a 500 Anyanya were taken mainly from Eastern Equatoria because they would look like Ugandan. From Central Equatoria, from Kakwa tribe of Amin. They are the one who staged coup in January 25, 1971. When the West felt that Amin came, and they know that this is the church fighting Western government, what they did that they asked Israelis to show up in Ethiopia as if they're helping of South Sudanese people to distract them from the real support that they should have got what they want. So what they did, they arrest member of the Anyidi government that was supported by Choi through Steiner. And then Lago, who doesn't know that photograph, was brought up to come and sign the agreement. This is the first conspiracy that we have missed because we don't read politics at the right time. That's what brought us here. Otherwise, people of Central Equatoria have done what they could because they volunteered themselves to go and die in Uganda for Southern Sudan to have a corridor to be liberated. This is a very big contribution to people of Southern Sudan. When I asked Uncle Lago, he didn't answer. He didn't answer it well. And I served it with a paper. I told him that if you have this one backing from the church and the corridor already was open, has taken over the power in Uganda. Why did you sign a Addis Ababa agreement? Lago is still alive now. I need somebody else to ask him. So this is the contribution which is exceptional from people of Central Equatoria. None of us have done that. If we should have utilized that, we shouldn't have gone through this suffering for all this 50 years plus. We need to know this. This is a contribution. We don't know paid of these 500 young men. They end up in Uganda, they die, or what happened to them? Was defeated. I don't know. So this will be my contribution today for people of Central Equatoria. If most of them know that, fine. If they don't know it, then why don't we go back? Where did we go wrong to start at this position? Number two is that from here, where do we go? Let us correct all this hearsay. Other people are spreading lies. Let us correct them. Like in what next? If we correct them, we're still in the mess. So this is what I can add to member of the forum, the question of that lady, then contribution of people of Central Equatoria when they brought up 500 young men sent to Uganda to go and take a government for South Sudan to have a corridor, and then we failed to utilize their contribution. That's fine. So let us think too, how many mistakes now we have committed for us to be the way we are now. People talk about Garang. He left this one, he left that. Garang actually, he knows where he goes, and he knows who can go with him. It doesn't matter what it that person is going to do. You know character of people who can go with him. Even if you can bring South Sudan out today by yourself, and you are not within the category that he underlines, he doesn't care about you. But he will never temper to do away with you. He will give you what you can do far away from him so that you don't advise him. He knows what you have in mind. If for South Sudan, just do it there. He doesn't need it. You know the people who he has selected. Somebody told me that Aulat Garang, where are they now? He selected them from day one. From that zero is status quo. Agadma, he died, he left them. He didn't disagree with them because he knows the mission he was going for. The dictator, don't joke about him. Who can double development in Southern Sudan, like in another Tani, can be Kunsumbu Kabir, and Mata Kalam Farid. Shut your mouth. If you need services, just wait for them. The who the commander and I should have been dead. Can they self war aba one of my wives another mumkin yakun awlad garan who be it lakin برضه you cannot allow me to die and بيعرف انا عندي شغل ثاني انا بعمل لساوث السودان so انا بشوف انه قال هسه ده عندنا strategies because people of Central Equatoria should have been the one feed us with other information, then we can increase or we can correct like other people talking about Wani and Mawani. Somebody who knows Wani should have talked straightly, and then we should correct him or her if he has no full information about what is going on. So for me, I think I'm good for now.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I say something before?
Yeah, I'm coming to you because actually we are winding down. Really working early morning. may have to close the Facebook too. So let me really give thanks to General Biel, and really you put it correctly, and you asked a question: what next? What next? Actually, we in the forum we know what next. What next? Like what you say is we need to correct this situation. And what next? We'll talk after we actually finish with 10 state. You mentioned a lot of points. Also, William, General Tongjiang, Jeremiah, James Kong, and we are going to continue. And really, I'm so happy you are here, General Biel, because you know a lot of information, and you was actually one of the leaders. And that's why we came here to correct the situation on the ground. You know, the misconception among South Sudanese, they shackle, they ma shackle, we did this. And that's why, because if we don't come together and to understand we contributed in that struggle together, I don't think mungkin ukun fi haja isimu call South Sudan in the future. So that's why we are telling here in Voice of the People Forum, we contributed together. And this situation now, all of us, we need to correct this. We as South Sudanese, we need to look into ourselves. We came along together. We shared the history together. We fought together. And nobody actually, you should claim, I did this more than did, that you did not do this. Thank you, Jeremiah, because you mentioned a lot of points. The very important point, the contribution of the civilians in Central Equatoria. I don't know, like what I said in the beginning. I don't know really general from Central Equatoria, those who were in the bush, who will put the topic like the next, tomorrow we are talking about Red Army. Next Saturday at 6, we will talk about the contribution of Eastern Equatoria State. And then on Sunday, we'll talk the contribution of Jungule State. So I really, I don't, who is ready? You come up here to contribute, you will come in. If you don't come, actually, I have already, people already, they have been in the bush and they know the history. Jeremiah will be here with me always. Tongjiang will be here. General Biel will be here. And also William Molded will be here. And today we have Kong. Because we need to tell Junubin, all of us who contributed. We are going to now give the final remark. Before I come to you, William, I will give you after James Kong. James Kong, let me give you, James Kong, because you are with me here in my phone, other phone. Yeah, let me give you the last remark, and then I go to the William Bolded. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Comrade. Actually, I learned a lot from General Biel Turkey.
Open the mic, Edward.
Oh, sorry. Yes.
I learned a lot from brother General Biel Turkey about these 500 men from Kakwa that held by the overthrow Obot. And it's a very, very, very big contribution. When it comes to contribution with Sragan, Yahui, Alafi, unless there's no God, South Sudan Kulu contributed immensely. Can you imagine? Can you go in now will we yesterday build farm? Can you carry food from a will? Let me build farm. I don't think so. So it will take him 1 month. He's going to go in a will, we yesterday build farm. On the way, let him, somebody must have feed him. Somebody must have contributed food for him. Free. That's a very big contribution. Wherever you move, the contribution. And I remember there was a story. John Glenn Michifi Kaboita, Lemon Kaboita. When they were preparing to capture Kaboita, he promised people like Kaboita, when we capture Kaboita, and I will bring you this hospital, food, what. And then they captured Kaboita. When they captured Kaboita, we moved to Ethiopia. The Maraja fi Harif, fi wadi ismu Lomole, when I let our boy. Said, the chairman, you promised Nas Kaboita. You know, to give them kid. That's now we are going to almost 6 months since we captured Kapoita Mafia. So Garang was irritated by this. He was very angry. At that time, Tabandem, our commander with Kapoita. For when they finished the Tima, Galatabaden Tiba, it is only for long order. Due departure order, Kalim Shil Rekmashar Fibentu. عشان يشوف المواطنين في البنتيو how do they contribute للموفمنت. هم اللي يعبدوا اكل الجيش، هم اللي يعبدوا عيانين وفي عيانين ضربون بوديم لمار السيف اللي ما في السيف هناك، هم اللي يعبدوا يسرعوا بقرم داري يعبدوا يشيلوا عشان جيش ياكل. So يعني I'm not saying انه ما في زول ما contribute. It doesn't matter how much you contribute. Na Central Equatoria, they contribute immensely, and the testimony they are Nasir Mundari, Al Gabudu, Kajikaji. They get a two-way. Grand Khan were there. They dispersed as I phone, and then they captured Kajikaji. Magu can represent Charles bin Bentiu. We'll go to Waniga Majonkong, Al Kangadina. We all contributed. As well, the gold master contributed. Yakadab Sakat Manismau, they just move ahead. Sudan is our country. We love it very much. It will be developed one day. No matter what, it will be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Comrade Kong. Yeah, for being with us. General Bill, do you want to say something?
Yeah, Longola was given to me the deputy battalion commander of Lombok Task Force 2. So we were based in Napotpot. From there, we left from Napotpot, we went to Magreen, then we went to Jabeza, we went fighting Bor, we captured Bor, then we go to Wat. It was given to me to go with me to Fangak. But I left him and I heard where people were contributing food for soldiers, as Grant said. That's what I want to confirm.
Yeah,
Peter Longola from Boy. He was my deputy commander.
Thank you so much.
A very funny guy.
Yeah, Comrade Kong, I will close the phone then, I think.
Okay.
I will advise you to download the clubhouse. I will send you the name of the clubhouse, and because it will be easier for you actually to join us here instead of sometime having some problem of joining from the Facebook. Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much. Let me go to William. William, what did you have 3 to 4 minutes? The final remark, my brother. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Brother Edward, and all the comrades who had spoken, especially Gerald Biel. Gerald Biel is a well-informed general. You have learned so much from him since last week when he narrated how they were actually mobilized. The Sudanese by then, how to join the rebel movement together with those of James Hoth, and until he was left behind, trying to mobilize people along Upper Nile and all this, and then he came later. This is a very, very great, to have people with this kind of knowledge and kind of experience. In fact, what brought all these confusions is always about leadership. Leadership is that brought all these problems. Our people have a problem with leadership. It has brought a problem between the SPLM or the SPLA with Anyanya too. In 1983, when the movement started. And again, it brought problem in 1991 when the Arca or the movement split into 2 factions, known as Turit and Nasir factions. And again, in 2013, it brought another differences, And to make matter worse, it came in a very critical time where majority of our people, they are illiterate. They can be driven, to anywhere somebody wanted to drive them to. But the reality is that the contribution of the South Sudanese across South Sudan is all equal, despite the numbers. And I like the statement put forward one day by Edward that if you are a one person in that particular tribe and you have actually joined the SPLA, you have contributed. That is true. Okay. The issue of numbers is not a matter.
The matter is that you have been part and parcel of what South Sudanese were doing at the time. So for brothers in Central Equatoria, as some of us have spoken about them, they have contributed exactly. They have contributed a contribution that cannot be denied. And I don't know why there was no someone among them. And there are members, there are members from Central Equatoria that would have actually come up and talk about the contribution of Equatoria, so that they should not actually accuse us tomorrow or next tomorrow of being biased. But actually, all of us, we had spoke actively about the contribution they have made, toward the movement. Because most of us, myself, I have been actually, around Juba, since 1991. And I remember Jeremiah. I know Jeremiah. Jeremiah is he was actually with Commander with Wiyai, and he was with us. He was one of the Red Army. He was there with us, and I know him. And there are colleagues who were with me. You know some of them, like William Muthaw, and those of Ulwak, who was actually killed incidentally in Magri, by a zoo. Artilleries were warmed up, and then Ulwak was in headquarters of Wiyai, and then the zoo, Pakat of Taga, Darab Rasu. The what that he was my colleague, he was an officer, MI officer. You see, so around the Central Equatoria here, as I said it before, the citizens who were there, they were very, very, very cooperative, especially the barrier people were very, very good people. They were very cooperative with the army. Whatever you want, they gave you. And I like our soldiers those days. They don't even, try to loot or whatever. They come in house, and then the civilians, can give them what they want. You see, the only place that was happy, although they have contributed, was that side of Mundari after Wane Konga, declared, to fight against the rebel movement. And I remember he killed one of our strong, very, very, very handsome guy, Heiser Tut. He lost his life, and I think that was Wane Okelo. By then I was actually a second LT with Wiyai. I was actually a MI military officer. You see, Heiser Tut lost his life in that place, and he was killed by Kalaman Wane. So the Central Equatoria, as you guys said, they have contributed. They have contributed, despite the fact that there were some, up and downs. As always, our differences, are involved. So to conclude, let us next time when we actually trying to do this, if there is anybody who knows somebody from a particular area, they had to invite that person to come forward so that you come and also share some views. This is how the history is actually written. Now we have seen when we are talking, if somebody says something not correct, the other person jump in and say, no, that is not like that, because SPLM was very large, and we were actually operating in different angle of the territories. Like Gerald Biel, I was hearing about him. I do hear about him a lot of times. Even when he mentioned that they were actually passing through Megri and then went and captured Bor and went up to Ayod, I was there. You see, I know him, but it was a little while. It was 1991, I think, or 90s, if I'm not, or 1989, I reckon. You see, it was a long time. So here I would say thank you very much, Edward, for bringing this topic, and this will actually be the guide for all of us. It will be history. We are making history now. We are actually trying to make the history so that we shape, our history, so that our history should be, uniform, rather than somebody come up with a different thing and the other one come up with a different thing. But otherwise, I thank you very much, and I will end my word here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Comrade William, for your input, and really thank you for being with us here today. As you said, actually, nobody going to accuse us, because we agreed here last Sunday, and we keep announcing that the topic, We announced it during our topic early today, and also we announced it from last Sunday. Every time we make room, we announce it. This week we are going to talk about this. So we are not going to look for some people in their actually houses. And this afternoon, this morning also, I called two people actually from the same from Central Equatoria to come and join us, and they said they are going to come, and they did not come. They have their own reason. So we are here. We know our focus here is South Sudan, and the good things, you guys are very honest. All of you are honest. From you, General Biel, General Adiang, Tongjang, Jeremiah, and the rest of Comrade James Kong, everybody came up here, he speak the truth. Because what we are saying here, like General Adiang put it earlier, this is the history. It was good, it was bad. We put it that we are recording the history for the people, for the generation to come. So next week, tomorrow, we are going to speak, we are going to talk about the Red Army, the contribution of the Red Army from 1983 to 2005. It will be tomorrow at 6. Nothing more I can do. You are ready, you like what we are doing, you feel like you are part of this contribution, you want to come up, you will come. We don't refuse anyone coming up here. We'll put it clear. Next Saturday, from now, we are going to put the announcement here on the, we'll put it on the Facebook, and also we are going to put it on the Clubhouse. So nothing more we can do. Anybody don't want to come, there is people who will come here, they will talk about the history of the SPLA and the contribution of the people of South Sudan, like everyone put it today. And Jeremiah, you did a lot, and also General Biel. So for me, myself, I don't worry about this. We have to go forward, and we will keep it like it is. Let me...
Comrade Edward, can I say something little because I want to go?
Yeah, actually, I'm going to give you. Yeah, I'm going to give you actually 2 to 3 minutes to give your final conclusion. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Edward, thank you very much, and moderators. I'm not really different from our colleagues who spoke before me. I think we are repeating ourselves, and it is just good to tell the generation who come after us what we did. You see, there is somebody called Walding. Well, is a member of SPLM. I think Gerald Tumjanga, some of the Gerald remember, like me. He wrote a book called Who Killed Who? And that book now never come out because it's really funny. That book is a book classified document. He put it there, all of it, trash. And then he tried to expose what we did in the bush all this time. You see that? And this book has been somewhere. Anyway, let me go to the point. The point I'm trying to say is this. You know, when people are talking about 1983, I joined as well 1984, which is, yeah. And then I know all of that, all of this. Okay, I don't deny Central Equatoria, Eastern Equatoria, Central Equatoria state participation. Now, you see, I do know some people. You see that like Tomujang was counting these officers. They were with me, John Bye, whoever it is. I cannot. You see, Matata, General Matata, which is high command and all this. You see, even full of Turin and full of Equate and all these things, and even Ujum Tajiba, I was there. I was a witness of what happened. These people of Victoria, they're supposed to be getting credit. Yes, of course. There's no doubt about that. So the point is, Managulu Gal Jamadel Mamalu, Nazir Amalu, you are hypocrites. You see that? So I give them that credit. The point is, I see Namulishin, that. So we come from long way to come here. And participation, Maba only added, China's come. No. Even some other little tribes, 64 tribes there, Jama. There are some other tribes that are very small. Doesn't mean that they can be excluded. South Sudan, no way. The good in town, become one fee. We don't discriminate people. Further, kalam ta Eastern Equatoria da wa Central Equatoria sana da kabila jama'a ata Eastern da mashallah these people that participate, yes. You see, I'm one of them who recruit them to come to the SPLM, SPLA. You see, if I say that, maybe somebody would understand. The first batch, it had SPLM, SPLA show up. I was there, 1983, count. I was 83, no 93, not 93, 83, not 93, 83, imagine. I was a surgeon. And then went there and we did what we did. We recruit them. They come up. You see, even white men, one of them, he just came an officer in 1986 while I was not an officer yet. I was non-commissioned officer. I was not a soldier, but I was close to be a Mulazim. So he came, Masha, Delaware. Okay, what he told me is this. He said, into masabil takum ta zangada. Uta mala, ana da lautaya. Tala ya, shina, thank you. Ta bagi rasa officer. Uma gabal. He never, he would never believe himself that become senior than me. Why? Because he was being backdated and put it there because of his region. Okay? And I'm still right there. So, by that time I went to Shell 4. He was in Shell 3. You see? Chief Kalamda. فكلام ده كان ما في ظلم يا جماعه هنا فهو قال لا 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 ما معقول انت لسه قلت لا انا بجي بقى شويه احاول بيوصل maybe tomorrow or day after فحاجات دي حاجات very 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 unique and some people don't understand it how it goes as I said it before الترجية ده ما بمشي بيوم ولا تاريخ ولا شخصيات it goes a different way فصاحبي ده المهم I convinced him. I said, you are now senior than me. Thank you very much. And go and do the good job. The spirit of liberation. I'm all the way, woman win, one man win. I fought before him, and he fought after me. And it's good. Maybe he did a very good job than me. For Hena, Ajade Lajama, it is non-negotiable. You see that? Because, as I said it before, we should know we cannot count ourselves. Nana kuna fi movement da kuna da general biyali awda ana ba da zai lokaci see I know this guy so I know some other generals here
you remain with 30 seconds general yeah we are running out of time
yes no I'm sorry I'm finished because I will wrap it up and then go away when I mashila da ma mashila tare no ta kai mu kam na friend da kwa mutum no I can't count that so I just like dispute some other things, which is, it happened, yeah. So thank you, Edward, for university. And I will join you next time. If you need me, I will speak. But I got to tell them the summary. I don't talk Pacific. And I'm no question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, General Adiang. And actually, we'll be here tomorrow. We'll be talking about the contribution of the Red Army and Ketipel Panat. And actually, I'm willing actually to for you to be here and contribute. Thank you so much. You have a good night. General Tongjiang, I'm giving you my comrade, my brother, the final remark. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. More than pleasure to be with the great men. This history of 500 Kakwa, people like Biel Torke Rambang, my longtime friend, my longtime commander, is a guy that I always rely on him. Whatever Biel Torke Rambang said, it's always in the right place, in the right people. If there are people to pick that one up, Uncle Lago, first rebel leader in South Sudan, is still alive. Contribution, even General Lago is from Central Equatoria, and he was a man who lead from small tribe like Madi. Maban is bigger than Mabi. Lopit or Ye is bigger than Madi. Lopit or Boya will be equivalent to Madi. To be a leader is your commitment and what you get to your people. history of our people here, like in, and that's why I always like chronological people to go time, space. I talk in something like in Jeremiah was telling us like the contribution, logistic, feeding troop is no question. Everybody done it. Every tribe done it in South Sudan. But there were some places that was not doing due to sometime that some place numbers are too small to feed 1,000 or masses of troops. This in Upper Nile, such in Maban, such in Shulug area, such in Nuer, such in Sedenka, you cannot talk about logistics because children who are there are from the area. The only troop who can pass, those are none, those who just come past like mass number of Nuba Mountain. When they pass through before Northern Upper Nile open up, they pass through Bentiu and they have to be fed. Masi didn't come, they come like 20,000. Thank God in the area that related to them and where they're passing, there are enough resources like you pass in Chulug area, Nuer area, Denga area, in that area, a lot of cow. And the law in that area, it was SPLM law. The wet SPLM law was forcing people have to be feed cow, they have to be picked up right away. There was no question in those areas. But in some area, such like in the Murle area, there are a lot of hostilities before we lost our late Nyachikang Nyachulu. Law that was posed in like Chulug area, Denga area, Nuer area, Nyachigak forced it. But when we lost Nyachigak, it was very hard even to just go and to ask for food. It was become very hostile. In the Taposa area at that time become hostile, but patriotic. When most troops survived, even Red Army when they were brought food in Marwakafi and around Kapoita, before SPLA captured Kapoita town, there was UN come from Lugachokyo. Naruz was open when Arab was in town. That area to prevent what you can do in some area, like in Barkazal, like in Upper Nile, to go soldiers looking for ration in a village. In those places, people they were very hostile and they were not hesitant and Khartoum control area. So SPLA policy in some area is different. It just rely on good Samaritan contribution. In Equatoria, there was no question about it. Even capture of Kajikaji, and we know the big names, which focus on main native contribution. People who led the troop, they might be not non-native in the area. People like Othmai, Deng, Isaac Tudye Yer, Swara Garakwer, we were sending from Bentio. 1987 to 88, we sent him with huge mobile forces. When I could send huge mobile forces from Barkazal to reinforce Wani, at the time Wani was stuck in some very, very danger. People in Eastern Equatoria, they cannot reinforce him. People like Martin Manyela Yuel, they cannot reinforce him. People like Larry Modi, they were battling like Kapote to Torit. There's no way you can rescue Wani. The easy way to rescue Wani in central Equatoria, when I could have to bring mobile forces, and you guys knew mobile forces, they come and participate. Abiel Torke was Rambang. Rambang was in operation in Kapoit and Torit. They see mobile force of those of when I could. Brad Star campaign, Biel Torke was Rambang. Biel Torke Rambang was part of it with his own troop, like those NATO. They were part of this troop of Riak Machar led by Swara Garakwer. They come from there. Those Jongrang was inside of Magri, Bilyang. Those were Agrab, Riot, Lions, and all those remnants of Koryom, they were participate there. It was, but the native to feeding troop like Central Equatoria, you should not question about it. Talking about chronological numbers of the native, there were very few. But to reach up 1988, Wani has opened training center in Moroto, border to Uganda. So that number pick up from there. In 1991, setback at the time, a division in the movement as Equatoria has contributed immensely because that's where a headquarters of Garang Torit faction. It was in Equatoria. And in Equatoria, in Upper Nile also, people would disagree with Dr. Riak. They start uprising over there. People like Stephen Dual Chol in a Lawnwer, home of Biel Toke, Rambang, Nat Nyang Dwer, and others. There was uprising, and that's the situation changed. People try to go back. Tribalism on the way we distribute history of our country. In Equatoria, there were some people like Kim Lotole. They were in that area. Kim went with Wani 1987. They should come. One thing also, history of our country, no matter how much sincere to explain things, tribalism, someone might be educated, it was not at the time, it might come and force contradiction and things switch into tribal angle. We try our very best, like those people I was mentioning them name. I was not in Central Equatoria. Upper Nile, that's a place I was in Upper Nile. Even when we have difficulties in Upper Nile, places like Pangak and Ayot, it was very difficult when Biel Torke Rambang went there with NATO in '89. We used to have their troop, the area Biel come and assist them was necessary need. Isaac Galogri, how many times have been thrown out in Pangak by Tanganya and cross the river, go to Bentiu, and we will try from there to bring him back. When Biel Torke Rambang come, Brad Star campaign swept from Kapoita to Reed to Bor to, it was big leap for us. We were stuck in Bentiu. Riak Machar was stuck. Somehow we get ammunition from Bor and we have to take them to Nuba Mountain. And somehow Lama Kol is stuck in the middle, in the northern Upper Nile, like Mazuluma, Bushok. It was very hard sometimes. You rely, Lama Kol sometimes, you can send troop and there was no road, there's no car, can send troop with the food from northern Upper Nile to go to Bukteng. People to care, civilians Gayak have to carry them to Gayo, Gayo have to carry them to Chenglang, Chenglang have to carry them to Lualiak, Lualiak have to carry them to Shuluk, Shuluk have to carry them from Shuluk area to Nuba Mountain. This was not everybody contribute. For those who think they liberate anybody, Mao sometimes go into the area that we can get ourselves into problem. But natives sometimes were in there. Country now, very fragmentation. Mistake happened during the Garang, they were not bad than mistake we're facing now during the Kir. And Garang was rebel. Mistake happened to Lago that time in the very beginning as a rebel leader. Garang changed some, learn from there. The mistake now were happened taking place as a national government, 131st member, 193rd admitted members in the United Nations in Kir. Mistake of Kir are too much grave than mistake of Garang, than mistake of Lago, first rebel leader. And I will end thing here. Thank you, Biel Torke Rambang. Thank you, David, Amigo, and Jeremiah, Joke, and my honey of the time, Jamaica Jawin, and my sister-in-law, Abani. Thank you. Torke Rambang, thank you, my brother and my longtime friend. Thank you. I will end there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, General Tongjang. Thank you for coming up. Thank you for your contribution. And thank you really for keeping up actually reading the history of South Sudan. Tomorrow we'll be here talking about the contribution of Red Army and Kitibi Banat, and actually we'll be here part of the contribution tomorrow. Thank you and you have a good night. General Jeremiah, welcome, comrade. Let me give you your final remark. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Edward, and everybody there. Just let me make clarification. Most of people they think I am a Red Army when it comes to the general things. Yes, I joined SPLA in 1985. At that age of 14, the core Red Army, and then when I was trained in Congo in Red Army Battalion in a division of Zalzal, I was trained in Red Army, and then we were my graduation was in Red Army. As I always say, the battalion commander was General Biaratam. And Red Army Battalion the parade was 1,777. So, in the end, when it came to Red Army, was screened about 4 to 3 times. The first group were taken, the one who were quite big, they were taken to Bibur. They were taken to Bibur and met Commodore right away. That was the first screening. The second screening, those who were still big from Red Army, they were taken and joined together with the Mainun Battalion, which is, Mainun was the first battalion of the Rizal divisions. So some of the Red Army, they were taken and attached to Mainun. Then they were taken to Joko. Then it meant 3 coys of Red Army or 3 companies. Then they were given to General Biaratem, and I was among them. And now we were graduated as Red Army Battalion. Then we went to Bibur. Then when we were sent back from Bibur, CNC told Comrade Salpa to instruct Jajamer to leave with their attempt to go to Gilo. Then I can remember a lot of things happened there. So Salpa Kiir he was chased away from Akoba with Katibetarian. So he came and made a parade and told Red Army that the CNC want you to report yourself to Gilo. So you have to leave. The very day he made parade with Red Army, it was the day Red Army left. Now, let me summarize. When we arrived to Gilo, we stayed a bit, and then from there, we went to Giberait, then from there, Buma, Korshum, and now Giberat, Korshum, Oragrop, Mogos, we went to Nyashigret. Now, at the end of 1987, because it was 1987, between April and March, when the Kijamer was graduated. And from there were 2 coys or 2 companies taken from Red Army. Then they were attached to Commando. And I was in first platoon. Then we were taken immediately to headquarters. That platoon was taken to headquarters. And I can remember our platoon commander was someone called Michael Aware. He was our platoon commander. He was from Euro. And then when we captured Kopoida, we went to around Kiala. We found Ponmadud there with the Gerger attacking Kiala. Then we were about to start attack. The day we supposed to attack. Now we are now in Commando. Then CNC sent Gerald Biraswat, and then we were withdrawn from the attack position. Then we were taken to Lopon. Then we were the first who went to Lopon. Then there is a place called Jebel Moya there, between Clio and Jebel Lobira and around Kiel there. We stayed there, then we went to Lopon in 1988. So from Lopon there, we were the one who founded a place called Bur around Torit. We were the first people who started that base called Bur. Now it was the time we started operation there. I don't want to talk about it. Now I want people to understand. It was around December or Kopoida was captured in January 1998. But at the end of 1987, maybe in November or December, it was the time we were taken from Red Army to Commando. Now I was in Commando unit, Yarole mobile headquarters. Then in 1989, Commando were taken to Ethiopia. And then from Ethiopia, in 1990, we were taken 90 people from Commando. They were taken to Comscom unit. And I can remember there were so many guns, and late Gerald McDonald was the one who doing interview. And then Normally just has some question, and then he asks you, which gun do you want from the SPLA? This SPLA has this and this and this among the big gun. Which one do you like? And then I told him just any gun I can use. Then he took me to air defense. Now when it came to training, it was general training. So from there, I was comms unit. Now in comms unit, I was they call Ghana. Ghana is the one who is the second person in charge of artillery, when it is in the vehicle or it is on the ground. So then it was on the 20th in January 1990 in Kopoita, after the operation of Kopoita. And if somebody can remember, Isuke College was stopped and they were sent to reinforce us in Roto. So I don't want to talk about it. If someone was here in Isuke, so there were 2 jeeps during those operations. One jeep is ours. The green jeep is the one of someone that I have forgotten, from Majuru, from Bor. He was in charge of that jeep. The second jeep, the one is quite like white one. It was the jeep I was there. So and our commander was called it's just I've forgotten his name. He's from Panaru, Panariam. And then those of Alier, if there is what we call World with Zoo 22, 23, Alier was Kolimari, Alier Nyaring, he was the one in charge of the zoo. So those were artillery who were fighting there. So what I know, if you are from Isuke, you have to know this one. Those were the gun, those were the big weapon who reinforced the Red Army. Plus tank, the one who call what the Walid, Alkan Mayun Gadi Subu. Those were Ajadidina. So by then I was not in Red Army. So Red Army, I left it since 1987. Now, when I was instructor in training center in Popoida, then when I was taken to the headquarters, it was there I was working with Anyara. So what happened? I moved from 3 units. From Red Army, from 1985 to 1987. At the end of 1987, it was the end of Red Army. Then now, from the same time, around December there, until 1989, when I was taken to commerce community. So what I call myself, anyone who was trained, in Red Army, even if you are 100 years, even if you are 100 years, you are still called Red Army. This is how it is. We are still called Red Army because we were trained in Red Army. This is how SPLA call us. Even you are 100 years, they still call Red Army. So what I want, this is the correction I want to do. Then I want to say something here. Most people do not know. I heard it last time in social media. One of the our sister, one of the sisters, I don't know, she is called Jacqueline, or who I cannot remember. I heard he was saying, he said, during the SPLA time in the bush, Comrade Jero Kona Nyangju, Salab Bishop Rita Taban. Now let me make this clear, because we have to say the thing as exactly. I was eyewitness of that incident that day. It was around June 1992. Government of Sudan captured Kopoida around in May 92. Now, Kopoida was captured from behind, and Turit is here in the middle, and then Lira was captured from us. Now, we were in a place called Jebel Goton, and then behind it is called Inglisi. Now, it happened at a time, my post general Anyara Pew told me that let her go to read. It was in June. I went with him. So when we went to Torit, he is the neighbor to Kolmenyang, General Kolmenyang, the neighbors there. So it happened, I don't know, we were just inside the house of Anyar with him together. Later, he got information, maybe Dira would send someone to Anyar. Then Anyar said, okay, can you go out? Then we left, we opened the door. When we came out, I saw, because in front of Kolmenyang house and Anyar, because they are neighbors, there is a main road there. Then down there, you can see those mango trees there. So Kolmenyang was there, and there is like a playground there. So I saw people were standing up when we went there with Anyar. When we left the compound, when we left the home, opened the gate of the house, then we saw Kolmenyang standing up, and then there were 6 vehicles there, 6 Toyotas, and then there were white people. Then I recognized the bishop, Rita Taban. Now we rushed there with Anyar. The rest of the bodyguard, they remained. So I went with Anyar because I am the one in charge of all those bodyguards. So what we saw, Kolmenyang, he rushed toward the bishop. Bishop was just standing. Now, when he went to slap the bishop, now Birazot called him back. But Kolmenyang was very huge and very strong guy. He just almost to throw Beers down. Then Beer used to pull him back. Then they used to talk again, exchange a word with the bishop, telling bishop what I heard from him. Because the reason is, bishop, there were white people who were there. Then the bishop told them, no, Torit is going to be captured. So you have to leave the area. And then when they were coming with the convoy, Kolmenyang, I think he was aware, or he was told, that he stopped the convoy from there. What he did, the reason of difference is, the reason of differences is that one, is this. Kolmenyang told Bishop, you Bishop, can you give me this vehicle so that I will evacuate the wounded from here to Palataka? Then Bishop was saying, no, you cannot take this vehicle, let them go. So Bishop did not want Kolmenyang to take the vehicle, because he's aware if this vehicle are taken, they may not come back. Bishop refused. This was the point of the argument. Refusal of the bishop, it made Kolmenyang very annoyed, angry, and he was about to slap the bishop. He could have slapped him actually if Birasor were not there. Anyar was not happy, because Anyar I know him very well. He didn't want some of the things which are quite illegal. He stood there, he was watching. He didn't talk to Kolmenyang or to say, he just stood there and I was standing behind him. Now, lastly, Kolmenyang said, okay. He ordered some of his junior officers bring all the keys of those vehicles. Then the keys were taken from those white people. Then he returned one key to Bishop. He said he took 5 vehicles and he left this white people with 1 car. All the bag in the other cars were unloaded and then they were left there. And I could remember Anyar was given one vehicle there, Toyota double cabin, Hilux. the white one is worldwide. So what I want to say is that was what I saw with my own eyes, and I was there. Kolmanyang did not, he was about to slap the bishop, but Pierre Sword was very careful. I was there. I was eyewitness. This is what I want to make it clear. If you could have slapped bishop, it could have been something different. Kolmanyang, before he slapped someone in the workshop in Tori, there was what we call a ballistic missile BM. There was a lieutenant, the second lieutenant who was in charge of BM. He came to Warsha, then he found me there. By then we were doing some course, doing another BM course. We were having training on BM also. So I was there in workshop. So that vehicle, BM30, came to workshop and he stopped there. Came from front line. I don't know there was something. Kolonyang was the one in charge of Tori. And he used to, because he's the mechanic, he used to go to workshop. He went to workshop. He asked that lieutenant, why are you here? That guy was standing in respect. He's loving, even the guy fall down. You are a young guy. So he didn't love Bishop. This is what I want to make it clear to the people of South Sudan. Now, when it came to history of Shakush, this is where, as we had...
I want you to summarize. We are running out of the time, by the way. I'm working early morning tomorrow at 5. And I saw last night I slept late and wake up also at 5. So thank you. We want to close the room in 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, good. So the Shakush, the first Shakush, it was from different tribes, included a few Equatorian. We were given to Jemedwani. Then when Jemedwani reached to Central Equatoria, it went from Shakush 1 to Shakush 9, from Shakush 9 to Shakush 11. So he trained most of the Equatorian there. So which means from regional Shakush 1, now he trained 10 Shakush there. Those are the son and daughters of the Equatorian. So I would like to stop here. Thank you very much, all the audience. My comrade who contributed before me, thank you very much. And I respect all what you have said here. And South Sudan Political Club, also I do appreciate you for this opportunity. And what I would like to say next time, when there is a program, because the Equatorian or people from Central Equatoria, they did not come. They may be thinking maybe it is a BRAP or what is what we don't know. So you may find it out there, you might figure out administratively. So thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Comrade General Janmayo. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for really waking you up early. I talked to you, you just came from work and you sleep for something like 2 hours or 3 hours, and then you wake up to join us. I do appreciate you doing that for the people of South Sudan, to tell them the correct the history of the SPLA and in regard to our contribution. You go and have a good night, and we'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll be talking again on Red Army, and next week also we'll continue Eastern Equatoria, and on Sunday we're going to Jungule, inshallah. Let give the last chance to General Biel. Arab Bugulu, Zol al Mindu Kabir, Yamji Sherileo Kabir Bitao. Niabatan and my sister Bani, my brother Amigo, my brother Jok, Anehna, we really do appreciate. Anehna Banashkurak Lezaman Bitak. We are so happy. Nano Inta Betibarak Benis Belena Hena, Yani Kamurshid, who بتسهل تعمل correction لو في حاجة الناس شباب ديل ما خطوا صح. So we really so happy. انت هتكون معنا هنا لعدي الحلقة الأخيرة من 10 حلقات إن شاء الله. وحلقة بتاعت بكرة برضه بتاع ريد آمي أنينا بنكون نحتاج لك. وبعد ذاك أنينا بعد ما ده كله ينتهي أنينا بنناديك في حلقة خاصة براك. We'll interview you, and also we'll be talking about what is the way forward. How can we come together now to correct the mistakes? So Fadal, let's give you the last finalist statement. Fadal.
Comrade Edward and other organizers and moderators and the attendants, shukran, and the kalam quiz, Comrade Edward, be time taga tabanin arif. time the money I tell you Zola ya koraha mumkin Zola ya koraha bitaw barat kalira jedu kullu akan mustaqbal bitan البلد بتاعنا ده بلد شال ناس كتير أكتر من أي بلد تاني وجزء بتاعه ده negligent ده إهمال ده lack of seriousness عشان الناس قدامنا they don't care about our life يعني زول ببدأ حاجة صغير حاجة ده بعدين بيكون مليون زول and you cannot even feel sorry you even intend to defeat another one so أنا مقصود جدا كلام بتاع contribution بالنسبة ل it is professional when انت قاعد كبير بيعمل شغل انت قاعد عدد كبير كمان بياكل الاكل كله يمشي سوا انت اكل بسيط انت ناس بسيط contribution بتاعك بيكون قدرهم واكل بتاعهم كمان بيكون قدرهم يعني دل بنكون زي ده الجنوبيين دل ما ناس بطالين يعني شفت الاكزامبل اللي عملوه جنرال لاغو defeated Abel Elia في democratic election 1978 Joseph Lago زي ما قالوا قبل جاي من أمادي most of them are women في Uganda في southern Pacific. He defeated Abelilia, the largest tribe, being defeated by the least tribe في democratic election. Not the man at battalion. In the best leadership very unfortunate. وده شغل بتاع leadership ده ما ربطه في أي زعزول. When you يكون في necessity إنه الناس يعملوا علوم وزي ما هسه كلنا نحن وقفنا فوق هنا شفنا هنا الكسارة اللي عملناها في السنين ده كله. Otherwise we do something علينا خلاص بكون غيرنا من bad to worse. ما مفروض الإنسان يعمل كلام ده. So أنا مقصود بكل تقدير اللي أنتم عملتوه عشان تخلي الناس يسمعوا في جنوب السودان. هسه ده خلت جدل خلاص أنت ما بتشوف قال حاجة بسيط. ما هسه أي ناس they will take position يقول قال لنا كده ولنا عملنا ده وده عمل ده وده عمل ده. أنت زول بكلم كلام كذب ده أنت بكون minority. That was supposed to be عشان يشوفوا قال أنت مجنون. شكرا.
No شكرا جزيلا جنرال انت خدته بالضبط كده والنقاشات اللي احنا قاعدين نعملها من بدينا الاسبوع اللي فات ما حاجه بسيط في ناس كثيرين ممكن يشوفوا ده حاجه بسيط لكن ده ما حاجه بسيط هنا قاعدين نعيد صياغه بتاع نصوص بتاع تفكير بتاع الشعب بتاعنا في جنوب السودان. Actually we are doing this for the people of South Sudan. انا مع اخويا ميغو جوك اننا كنا قبل في الروم ومن روم داك already just we took like almost like 1 hour and a half and then we come back again. ده بيخلق جدل كبير وبعدها كل الناس بيعرفوا انه we contributed جرمايا put الجبال exactly contribution بتاع المواطنين في Central Equatoria and that really is can shows to all of us انه really Jeremiah was behind of the program and he understood exactly what is the meaning of this program. For the next Sunday, after tomorrow when we come in the Red Army, we should not forget the contribution بتاع المواطنين بتاعنا في كل المدن بتاعت جنوب السودان زي ما الليلة جرمايا خدتها exactly today. نحن قبل ما أنا أختم I need to give my brother Jock actually supposed to have 3 minutes. Jock, I know you speak well. أنا بديك 3 دقائق حقي كله عشان يكون لك 6 دقائق. So go ahead, then I will give Amigo 3 minutes.
شكرا لك brother Edward. شكرا لك.
Go ahead.
I'm humble, my brother. Let me say this quickly because I think the time is running out. I'm humbled and I'm very thankful for our veterans. Yeah, they took us down to memory lane of our struggle that they fought on our behalf, and it's really, it was an amazing, it was great, it's needed, particularly at this juncture of a struggle. It's left to us now, with all the mess that we have, to do this. And the only way through is us committing ourselves to telling our story with all honesty. A lot of lies are there. There was something that was mentioned earlier, something very important by General Bill, and I thank him for that. He said it was General Bill or one of the veteran said something about our people, I think it was William, our people being illiterate. But I would contradict what he said. The issue is not our people in their villages. The issue is us, many of us who are roaming around with certificates that they are confused and do not know what to do with that. They went to schools to do what? To get those certificates in order for them to have positions, to rule instead of serving their people. So what is taking place is total betrayal by the miseducators among us, and it's upon us to begin correcting these things. And our people have the will and the power to do this work. Enough relying on others to do the work. People's history cannot be written by alien people, and we know histories are written by victors, and we want to be correct on this. People of South Sudan are the victors, and their history must be written correctly. I'll stop here, Brother Edward, Brother Amigo. I very much appreciate everyone that's listening in the room. Let's commit ourselves to honesty and accepting our mistakes when there are mistakes. Let's stop demonization of each other. I know there are many taboos issues that we do not touch on. We must touch on everything if we truly mean emancipation and salvation from this mess that misleaders have created for our people. And till here, I say the struggle continues. Thank you, Brother Edward, Brother Amigo. Very much appreciate what you guys are doing. And we are doing it together, all of us, the listeners, those who have participated. It's our work. Thank you very much, and good night, everyone. Good day for those who are in different time zones.
Thank you, freedom fighter, my brother, Comrade Jock. As you put it clearly, actually, we need to accept our mistake, and also we need to correct them too. Nobody will come from the sky actually to correct us. We are the one. We should correct our mistake and also accept our mistake and correct them and move forward. We are the one, as people of South Sudan, will determine our future. الشكل المستقبل أننا دايرينه أننا بنحدده نحن. Nobody will come from nowhere عشان يجي يقول جنوبين you should go like this and you should go like this. الناس تقرأ التاريخ أمريكا شايفينه ده طلع في الحرب أهلية كانت مريرة جدا، لكن شوف أمريكا وين الليلة. أوروبا كلها كانت صراعات وكانت نزاعات وكانت صراعات دموية، وخلت المفكرين لايك توماس هوب لما هو يتكلم عن نظريه بتاعت سوشيال كونتراكت وما جابوا من الادم. سوشيال توماس هوب في بريطانيا عاش الفتره بتاعت الهروبات وكان صغير، وهو ثينكينج في شغل الهروبات والبلد الجو بياكل الضعيف وما في دوله بتاعت قانون. That why he called that era the nature state. الدولة في حالة الطبيعة ما كان فيها قانون. So we have to agree now. We as people of South Sudan, we need to correct our mistake. جنوب ده بتاعنا كلنا. Nobody will go nowhere. لو في زول قاعد يعتقد إنه there is someone في جنوب السودان will go somewhere one day, you are misleading yourself. We will be there. نينا قتلنا نفسنا. We need to correct our mistake and now come together and correct the situation. We are doing this. نقول للجنوبيين الحاصل ده في ميستيك، زي ناس جنرال بيل بيجوا هنا بياخذوا زي ناس جنرال جلمايا ناس تونجيان الناس كلها. This is our history. We contributed in it. Now we will not allow this situation to continue like that. This is what we will tell Junubin Al Garden here. Amigo, my brother, let me give you your 3 minutes and then we close the room. Go ahead, my good brother.
Yeah, thank you so much, Brother Edward. I may take maybe less than 2 minutes because I need to consider that you have to go to sleep and wake up early morning tomorrow. First, let me just thank all the audience of South Sudan Political Club and the people who are in the Facebook and the YouTube. Today, our topic was about the contribution of the Central Equatoria. They're 100% contributed to the struggle. And next week, we will take our focus to Eastern Equatoria. And at the same time, we will jump to Jungle State. What I would like to say, I would like to thank all the generals who came up here and contributed. And also, I would like to give a special thanks to General Thiel. And like Brother Edward said, I read one of your article. You did it in, that was June 15, 2014. And hopefully one day we will bring you up here so we can discuss so many things regarding our country. You talked about the failure of the politicians. And I will just stop it here. Till tomorrow, we're going to meet to discuss with the contribution of the Red Army in the struggle. So tomorrow at 6, we're going to meet here again. And let's just have this healthy discussion that will bring us together. South Sudan is belong to all of us. Nobody or no anyone is better than anybody. So all of us with the same brothers and sisters. We are all equal shareholders of that country. Thank you so much, Brother Edward, for the job, Sister Albanese, Sister Monica, and everybody. Was at the stage.
شكرا amigo. انا قبل ما انا اختم like amigo put it ان احنا التاني ستيت ان احنا ماشيين بظروف alphabetically. So the first state هو Central Equatoria اللي هو الليلة. The next state on next Saturday لأنه بكون عندنا دكتور كونس. That means we are going to finish the room early than what we did today, 4 hours. So هيكون Eastern Equatoria on next Sunday, Jungule State. This Saturday after Lake State, Northern Baragazal, Unity State, Upper Nile State, Warabi State, Western Baragazal, and Western Equatoria will be the last state. So tomorrow, in regard to the Red Army, في ناس كثيرين جدا هم كان في argument the last week about the two books, the kitab بتاعت the book of Dr. Carl Berger. The book actually, she developed a book from the thesis بتاعها في master degree. لو في ناس دايرين they need to go through it. في شباب اللي جابوه من كوبا في كندا, you went and interviewed them. It's not ما كتير خالص, 146 صفحة. اسم الكتاب ده for the name of the research بتاع master degree for those they actually want to go through it for tomorrow. That is free, is on YouTube, is free, on Google actually, sorry. Just you can get it. I just look it up قبل شوية. أنا كان نسير الاسم but I already got the name again and download it. أباني أنا رسيت لك المرة اللي فاتت University of Alberta. From the name of the research, it called from cattle camp to a slaughterhouse, the politics of identity among Cuban educated Denka refugees in Canada, by Carter and Berger. This is بتاع كان في 2001, the full 20 Edmonton, Alberta 2001. ده الرسالة بتاع ماجستير بتاع اتكلمت عن الشباب اللي جابوه من كوبا, and في a lot of data here also, interviews مع الشباب ديل when and also will help, لأنه في ناس كتيرين مرات أنا بشوفهم كده they don't read and just they need to jump from there and here. Please go back to it and it's free, and you will tomorrow when we come you will have more information. and لهذه هنا أنا خلينا أنا أشكر كل الناس. أنا أول حاجة أنا بشكر الجنرال. أنا خلينا أشكر جنرال جرمايا. Really you need to be appreciated. General Biel, really أنا بشكرك, يعني بشكرك شكر جزيل. وزي ما أنا قلت لك قبل اللي ما عنده كبير يمشي يشتري كبير بتاعه. ووجود بتاعك معنا هنا is not something easy, and that you are doing that for the people of South Sudan and actually giving us the information, so you have to be appreciated. برضو تونجان برضو وكل الرفاق, جنرال أديان, ويليام, كومراد دين, كل الزول الناس اللي جو فوق هنا ده really انا بشكركم. انا خليني اشكر my comrade, my brother, co-host Amigo, my co-host Job, my sister Monica and sister Bani. شكرا. ربنا يبارك فيكم، وان شاء الله هنا نتلاقى بكره ان شاء الله في روم. لو في زول ما قدر يلقى فرصه يجي فوق I really do apologize. انا بعتذر نيابه عن الاداره بتاعت South Sudan Political Club ونيابه عن Voice of the People Forum in the clubhouse. We have been here for 4 hours and actually tomorrow also we will have 4 hours. We are not going to move behind the 4 hours tomorrow. لأنه Monday actually we are working. شكرا لكم، ربنا يبارك فيكم. You have a good night and God bless South Sudan. Amigo, Ujok, mata numu, huh?
Good night.
Tunde wega chale wed were sababu ngonda ndida bie wega chale wanyero bindun
aya jok خلاص Amigo, de كيف؟
ده فانا ده
Okay. Together. We have to do it together. Together.
Masa moya na takia shan akirma hatata na wasuka. Ya ba mata shil umum ketir yaude akirma hatata na wasuka. Together, dalu nabli bele together. Dalu nabli bele together. Dalu nabli bele together. Dalu nabli bele together. Yakwana, kalila man situ.